taking your seats. I am Amelie Binet. I am key agent of programs, and I am very happy to greet you on day 2 of this forum with presentations talking about achievements and stories of success. And I love these sections because they allow us to listen to you, listen to your projects together with your partners. And first, I want to ask Pablo Cisneros Andrade, from the Ministry of the Diplomatic Service, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru, and representative of PA, and please join us because he was going to close yesterday, but as you very well know, he agreed to open today a session and share his points of view from yesterday and the perspectives for the project. Please, Mr. Cisneros. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I greet leaders of the College Institute, Canada, organizers, representatives from national coordinating offices for PA, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and participants, of course. First of all, I want to thank the opportunity from CICAM to address you and talk about yesterday. There was a lot of information with many agreements, commitments, and duties that each one of us, as member of the public sector like myself, or of the private sector, or of the civil society, will have to commit. I wish to say that since its origin in 2011, the Pacific Alliance has brought about a great relevance aside from mobility of people, capitals, and experiences. It also fosters reduction of inequality and, of course, inclusion for our peoples. From Peru, we believe that the education for employment program of the Pacific Alliance has been a cornerstone in order to move towards this social objective. Therefore, I wish to acknowledge those in charge of this program, the whole team. I believe that the capitalization of good practices and lessons learned is a must for long-term sustainability of results achieved by the program for pretty much 7 years. This first day, we saw and heard very interesting presentations, as well as the opinion of beneficiaries and experts that show of course, the commitment and effort of the Pacific Alliance countries in order to bring about more sustainable development, and has also proven that we have to transform this cooperation into concrete commitments. Therefore, I am optimistic to see how is it that gender equality, exchange of good practices, and advisory services from CICAM has allowed the education sectors across our countries to move forward in guidelines, protocols, programs, and guidelines that will allow for the consolidation of these cooperation. That is why I agree with what Emma Gallardo said, that in order to move towards gender equality, we have to bet on integral transformation. And for such purpose, we are very happy to see that the PAP program has involved the private, public, and civil society, private, public sectors, and the civil society work together in order to bring about commitments. Likewise, I agree with what was said yesterday that transversality is very important in order to move towards gender equality. And in this framework, we note and say that PA members, as well as Canada, are member of trade efforts. And we also heard uh, about environmental sustainability that is very, very important for each and every of our countries, vis-a-vis our biodiversity that is reflected in international commitments that we have shared across different fora, as well as international bodies in order to foster protection. We cherish that via the EPAP program, awareness and training programs were prepared with for scholars, for teachers, for civil society, for everybody in terms of, sustainability. Therefore, we believe that working with local communities is a valuable good practice for the Pacific Alliance, which has this closeness with the people as one of the main areas. Israel, congratulations, and congratulations to all to the whole team. Likewise, activities with uh, with the panel with respect to. Um, of course, labor and gender equality, where they talked about assessment and reflection on these topics. My dear friends, in Peru, we are looking forward to looking what uh, results of this forum will be, and we believe that the methodology will allow the formulation of recommendations that are valuable and concrete for long-term sustainability of policies and activities promoted by the EPAP. Along these lines, I encourage all of you, whatever you are, private, public, or civil society, to keep up participating in panels, in discussion groups, and in the sessions in order to foster dialogue and insights on learnings, challenges, and opportunities of collaboration. I wish to wrap up by congratulations, CCAS, for the wonderful program of EPAP in these years and the great effort made. We hope that successful results of these 2 days will make it clear how relevant cooperation is and that it can move forward and renew in order to embrace commitments and efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Cisnero. Today, we have a very tight day. First, we will have a panel on access to of capitalization, talking about access and valuing of EPAP, but also efforts to support schools' success, and also employability and integration to the labor market. We also will see 4 different projects on this panel. We will then have a mini fair like we did yesterday. Hopefully, we'll have a little more time. Mini fairs, I like these spaces uh, to exchange, B2B, and to talk to leaders of projects. And it is very interesting to go um, beyond, ask questions, and so forth. After these, we will have a subgroup, and for each topic. And these subgroups uh, allow us to work aiming at the future. That is the perspective, the futuristic point of view, and the relevance of leading this forum with concrete recommendations, and these look towards the future. So then we'll have lunch, and in the afternoon, we'll have access 3 on capitalization. That is to work with supply and demand pedagogy, uh, on competence-based pedagogy. And we will have 4 panels with presentations, again, mini fair and subgroups like we did yesterday to talk about the future. I want to share with you the first access, that is access and valorization of EPAP and services in order to favor school success and employability. Obviously, these work and these services have not been aimed exclusively to students of the programs that we have developed in this project. Rather, the services and the work have been aimed at all students of the institutes with which we have collaborated. So this is a very, very important access because, as you very well know, school success and employability are part, of course, of our goals and the core of what we do. That's why it's very, very important. And before introducing the panelists, I want to introduce or present a new video on capitalization. And we are proud to present this video. It was hard work, of course. And for you to know, and to make a long story short, we've had approximately 200 interviews on capitalization. That was 15 to 20 minutes. Many of you have been interviewed, so you know what I'm talking about. Therefore, across the 4 nations, we have traveled back and forth, and we have talked to key stakeholders of the project, all the way from ministries to students, but of course, including professors, people accountable for well-being, and professors and directors, rectors, and so forth. Because everybody is equally important for the achievement and success of this project. Therefore, we have conducted these interviews, and there are many wonderful witnesses sharing their experience. And results of these videos are actually yourselves, you who have worked so hard, who have seen it, who have shared changes observed and learnings, lessons learned that you have experienced or witnessed in these 7 years of work. So, however, it has not been possible to include the 200 interviews in these 4 videos we prepared for this forum. We included many, however, we would have prepared at least 1 video for each project and transversal access and others. So for now, we'll try to include all the 250, but for the time being, today you won't see all of them. And this was very hard work to review the testimonies and find the highlights in order to share the main results. I would like to devote some time to thank Montvivet, who was with us, and to help us conduct all these interviews. Thank you, Mon. Also, the production team. And I wish to congratulate everybody. And these two young artists have been with us, and they do a wonderful job. Edson Contreras, Pablo Rangel. Well, now I wish to share one of the videos. And for access to of the EPAP project. So that's support to access that school success and labor insertion. Access to a project A08. Collaboration that I've had with this project has been a campaign to encourage and aid technological and higher education. And this project was to foster technical and technological education in Mexico. The benefit of this technical area has to do with an internal Chilean process from the ministry. We have fostered professionalization of teams that work at technical education, accompany the students, and develop the potential in the ministry in order to prepare campaigns better, with better impact. I believe it's important to have a campaign that incentivizes and underscores ET education, and it allowed us to get rid of some paradigms such as the fact that technical and technological education is like a second class education because you could not go attend university. I know, and show the younger generations that it should be the first option, that it's a very good first option. Well, for me, the main contribution has to do with the experience of Canada with respect to the promotion of technical education. It was very enriching for our universities because we had a series of training on how to prepare a campaign. Yes, we learned a lot on how to focus the promotional campaign towards technical and technological education, how to measure impact in social media, for instance, in order to have our route. Yes, the campaign was very good. We had the launching and with higher education institutions in Colombia, and we prepared a kit for them and for the campaign and working in marketing. Yes, we started working on March 2020 for the empowering of women, particularly in so-called male careers. And There were also in the nursing program, we integrated men, and engineering, we incorporated a woman. So we tried to change the role notion in order to see the difference. Yes, we've had meetings with our colleagues from other countries, not only to see what's the status of the promotion and the public policies, but also how to inspire the different proposals for higher technological education. Today, we are doing a very important job, particularly with the SEYEP, and that has to do with this sticking to the programs and the continuity for students that are quite vulnerable, and to develop programs so that students can stick with the programs. 2015, we had 4 or 5 students dropping out for every 10 enrolled. It was very high dropping out rate, but today with the work with the PA, we are having only 1 out of 10. We have a number of action plans like tutoring, and we have monitoring professors. But some of these monitors are also students that can help other students catching up, and maybe students feel more comfortable with other students. We have peer support. We have had courses for these tutorships, and we have these tutors for our students, and that has helped us for school performance to improve. Something that is here is 12 downloads of an app that we learned from the Alliance. We have worked in the development of the app that allows us to work better with tutorships and to meet in the interaction spaces. Growth was exponential. We had some services, but we were not communicating correctly. The information of what the students needed was only a general idea, but now we're doing better. We have the student uh, services unit applying what they have done in Canada and now tropicalizing it. So that they can choose which could be implemented at each of the institutions. So the implementation process of these services, and what are the gaps for the number of services that are available. And also advice we receive need to be implemented, because Canada has this support from the state. We have the willingness, but sometimes we don't have enough uh, resources for student services. Another thing that we are learning from P10 is how to help students with different capacities, or those who have some cognitive or maybe motor services. Yes, we have interpretation services, and that is very useful. We didn't have deaf students, now we have deaf students, and we have students with other disabilities, different communities, and we are now an better integrated group. It has been a very positive experience. Therefore, we can all pursue our dreams. The inclusion program started working with people with students with disabilities, and then we started opening this inclusion to other groups that are the so-called vulnerable groups. So inclusion does not only include a portion of society, but more. With the Alliance, we have learned that each case needs to be dealt in a particular way. Adjustments need to be made, and communicate to professors and be in touch with students, that is to adjust the way in which we present content and in which we evaluate. we use to try to help students with problems, maybe psychological or maybe economic problems. We used to give support. I am engineer. I am highly technical, and with this project, I have seen and understood our apprentices from a different point of view. With activities and seeing what is it that they have. We have single moms or very, very young mothers, and you are more human by knowing uh, other things more than technical, only technical aspects. It's very useful for us as people and as professionals to learn about different aspects on gender equality and, of course, rights, and motivate our students that we have to encourage, that who have to convey that enthusiasm and make people feel, or students feel, that they are successful, that they have everything they need to succeed. We have the same challenges, we have the same problems, and we have to focus the issue differently. Now, employability, they should feel better. Sometimes they go to school and they say, now, what do I do? Where do I go? The consortium has helped us. We have an agreement with the Ministry of Labor to have a work pool so that they can develop. When they support us in order to improve our professional lifestyle, they are also giving us the tools uh, to improve as members of society and individuals, and to make deep changes. Very well. I hope you liked it. Let's begin with the first panel today. Please, could you please come to the head table here to the stage? And in the meantime, let me tell you that yesterday we could see how everyone spoke with so much pride about the work done this 6 or 7 years. Yes. It was really great to see those presentations we saw yesterday. They were also interesting, all those accomplishments and the changes we have been able to observe. You were so proud, so passionate that you didn't even realize we were running out of time, or that we were going over the allocated time for yesterday's work. It was super interesting. But dear friends, I understand you have so much to share. You don't want to miss out on anything. You've been working so much, so hard these years, and how difficult it is to summarize everything in just a few minutes. We understand that very well, but let me pose this challenge to you, please. If you could summarize your projects, concentrating on star results. That's the most outstanding part of your project. Everything you want to share to inspire your colleagues and what is happening in other countries. I understand there are many people around this table, or in this panel rather. If you can, please, this is the challenge I am posing to you today.
Let me introduce the first panel A08. There are some that are going to be speaking in English, please, but you all speak English. This first panel is 8.08, National Promotion of TVET through national campaigns. We have with us Mr. Don Lavisa, who is the president of the Drum College. And Daryl Harvey, BIU University, Vancouver. Welcome, Ana Jimenez, Durham College. Javi Oliva, National Education Ministry of Colombia. Mildred Toledo of the Mexican Education Ministry, and also our friend from the Education Ministry of Chile. Welcome, everyone. What a pleasure having you here. Dear friends, good morning. What a pleasure to be giving you a presentation, to be making this presentation today. Thank you so much. I am the coordinator of national projects for Durham College. Introduction first, a summary of our presentation in English and Spanish. Don, our president, will be sharing with you the summary of our project. It was a work of labor, a work of love. And let me tell you what we found at the beginning and how we did the implementation on technical assistance. And then Mildred will then tell us how we implemented our technical assistance, and Javi will continue with the modules we developed and delivered to leaders and partners of A.08 in each one of the countries. And then we shall hear about the visit of the Canadian team in November and then the campaigns. I also wanted to invite you to see our booth in the mini fair. We have some banners that are beautiful with images of the teams. And then if you want to see more of the campaigns later on, you can see a presentation showing different highlights of the campaign by country. I have the microphone, I have the power, right? I want to thank, I want to thank Bridget and Serena, Emily, and the team of SICAN. I think with that, without their guidance and support of that team, none of this would have been possible. So a hand for the SICAL team, please. And I also wanted to tell you this panel is a mini representation of the bigger team, part of this technical assistance. I cannot name everyone. I don't have time for that. But this is a mini representation of a lot of the characters, a lot of the people working and doing such a wonderful job. Yes, my president has the floor now.
Thank CICAN as well for the opportunity to attend this forum. As a college president and a director on the CICAN's board, we see these contracts and we get updates once in a while, but nothing prepared me for how inspired and impressed I was yesterday in listening to all the work that has been done across the Pacific Alliance with Canadian institutions to drive this agenda. It made me very, very proud as a Durham College president to have such a small role in this forum. So I want to say thank you, and I want to just tell you how proud I am of everything that's happened so far. I have the pleasure of speaking for 3 whole minutes, and I'm told that 3 minutes and I'm cut off. So AO8 was designed to have a very large impact and to support the work being done across the Pacific Alliance. And after reading the terms of reference, initiating some initial research and thorough preliminary conversations and discussions with our partners, we defined the following objective. Change the perception of technical education as a proven approach to direct immediate entry into the workforce so that TVET institutions can provide job-ready candidates to meet the demands of industry. Well, that was the easy part. Then the hard work began. And as you know, Canada has experienced and has seen tremendous shift in perception. Canadian students now value and hold TVET education in the highest regard. It's a viable option with incredible positive outcomes of a career. At Durham College alone, 85.8% of our graduates secure employment within 6 months of graduating from the college. And that experience provided TVET promoting TVET to prospective students, their parents, and the community, and important to include the community, is what we and our partners from Vancouver Island University and Fanshawe College shared. The need for ongoing promotion of the value of technical education was discussed just this Monday with the 24 college presidents in Ontario, and how we must continue to reinforce our messaging. It's not just a once messaging, it has to be reinforced over and over again as new generations come through the system. Our best practices, lessons learned, past challenges and successes formed a program of training, which we delivered via virtual training modules to leaders and administrators across the region. At Durham College, we also had the opportunity to host a delegation in November, and it was so nice to meet so many people in person from all countries. We brought together our experts, our faculty, and staff from our institutions to work alongside our partners from Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru. And we brought together our counterparts in communications, in marketing, design, and public relations to develop and launch 4 distinct and responsive national promotional campaigns. Now I'm going to pass it over to Daryl, my colleague Daryl, now to share how we approached A08. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Gracias, Don, and gracias todos for joining us.
Thank you, Don.
My name is Daryl Harvey. I'm Manager of Global Engagement at Vancouver Island University. As Don mentioned, we set out on this mission a couple of years ago, early in 2020, in that other world, with the goal of beginning our inception mission with in-country assessment and evaluation. We had planned to visit in April of that year to gather critical information about the audiences that we were targeting, the organizational capacity of our partners, the recruitment cycle, their needs, roles, and context. But of course, a little thing called COVID stepped in the way of that. So we were not able to complete our inception activities in person, but instead pivoted to a virtual inception phase. We completed a marathon of virtual meetings, about 22 hours in all, with members of the GTE, Ministries of Education in Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Mexico, regional TVET communications and marketing groups, technical experts in this area, and also delivered a needs assessment survey to inform our work plan and determine our approach. And this is what we found. We learned that technical vocational education is defined and are organized differently within each of the Pacific Alliance countries. Some include TVET in secondary education, some in upper secondary, and others in post-secondary. But in all, TVET programs were designed to meet industry needs within that particular region. We also learned about the Ministry of Education's current marketing and communication strategies and campaigns in each country. At the time, there was just one targeted regional marketing strategy aimed at improving the perception of TVET, again, across the region. Existing marketing campaigns or communication efforts also tended to focus on access to primary and secondary education, And that was often coordinated to occur as part of a recruitment cycle and done prior to the school year for a specific period. We also learned about the teams and capacity to develop and implement this partnership. Most Ministry of Educations had communication teams or units focused on public relations primarily, with the objective to convey specific governmental messaging, but not necessarily to promote broader educational objectives. Most teams had large portfolios and were servicing multiple other units. These teams were skilled, but had small and limited budgets. These communications professionals worked closely with each other, with technical teams, with service providers, and sometimes other units to achieve their communications goals and mandates. The ministry teams also often planned campaigns and strategies. However, there was a fair bit of subcontracting to external partners and service providers. So this provided us important context about how we'd go about working both at a country level and at a regional level on this campaign to change the perception of TVET education. We also looked at gender equity. More representation of women in technical and TVET education was occurring, but still remained relatively low in STEM programs. Inclusion and equity mandates encompassed not only women, but also people with learning difficulties, vulnerable Indigenous groups, and people of color who needed to be considered. And lastly, we evaluated what the training needs would be. Ministry of Education's teams shared a common need for training related to market research and analysis, as well as marketing campaign strategy, monitoring, and evaluation. Those were some key focus areas that our partners told us they wanted to grow and build their capacity at. Two countries also suggested training that touched on all steps of the marketing process, just to update themselves to make better decisions with external service providers so they could enhance their efforts in selecting, briefing, and monitoring the work of those external marketing and communications service providers. And overall, these results were critical in our approach to meeting the deliverables and focusing our campaigns on overall awareness and changing perceptions of TVET rather than promoting specific programs. Now I'll pass it over to Mildred to share how we delivered our technical assistance and developed the campaigns through the country threads.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mildred
Yes,
Toledo,
good morning, everyone.
del área de
Thank you.
educación pública
I'm in the public education ministry,
superior, educación superior.
higher
El
education.
establecimiento de
Well,
redes que el
we
consorcio
established
hizo hacia
networks
los
through the consortium,
países fue
and
que se
this was done in the
comunicó
different
con los
countries.
ministerios de
First, we
educación
spoke to the
pública para
education
ver cómo
ministries
podríamos hacer esta
to see
campaña,
how we could launch this
mandar el
campaign
mismo mensaje
and
para
deliver
todos.
the same message for
En
everyone.
especial, nosotros
Especially,
trabajamos con
we worked
las
with
universidades o los colegios que
universities,
se dedican
colleges
a
devoted
las
to
carreras técnicas
technical
y
careers.
gracias a esto
And
pudimos
thanks
sacar
to
un
that, we
mensaje
were able
preciso
to have a
para el
concise
desarrollo
message for technical
tecnológico.
and technological education
Obviamente
services.
tuvimos algunos
Obviously, we
contratiempos
had
porque
a
todos los
few
ministerios de
obstacles
educación
because some of the
realizan la
ministries of
campaña
education are
en una sola
holding
unidad
campaigns and they do it
con
in one single unit.
países
Other
como México,
ministries, other countries like
donde
Mexico, for instance,
tuvimos que
there we
solicitar el
had
apoyo de
to
nuestras
request
universidades, como lo
support
había
from
comentado, y
universities, as
nuestros
already
colegios
mentioned,
para
and
poder
our
realizar
colleges as well.
esta
To
campaña.
be able to do this
Hubo,
campaign,
me parece que
we
los equipos
had,
estuvimos
I
entre
think,
5 hasta 15 personas
between
trabajando
5 to
desde el
15 people
2020.
working in the
Hemos
teams since
trabajado
2020.
2
We've been
años y un
working
poquito
for
más.
2 years now, a little bit over 2
Y
years.
mm,
And
una de las
one
fortalezas
of
de
the
lo que yo podría
things that I could
yo
tell
y creo que
you
el resto de los
to
compañeros
brief
es que
you
hubo
on
mucha
this
comunicación,
is that there was so much
que
communication among all
tuvimos
of us.
mucho apoyo
We
de
had a
todos
lot
los
of
países y
support from all
compartimos
the different countries. We
experiencias
were
de cómo
able to
estaban
share
ellos
experiences and how
realizando
they
sus
were
campañas.
doing their own
Y la
campaigns.
primera que realizó
And the
la
first
campaña
one
fue
to do
Colombia.
the campaign was Colombia
Ellos nos
2021.
apoyaron
And they
en
supported
cómo
us,
podríamos realizar
telling
los
us how we
materiales,
could
cómo realizar
organize the
los mensajes
materials, how they
para
had conveyed their
poder
messages as well for
también
us to be able to
empezar a realizar a
start
partir del
doing
2022
the
las
campaigns as of
campañas.
2022.
Uno de los
One
desafíos que
of the
tuvimos
challenges we faced,
en, todos
I
los, en
think
los
it was in all four
países
countries,
fue los cambios de
were
gobierno. Hubo
changes in administration or governments.
en Perú,
Since
Colombia,
in
nuestros
Colombia and
ministerios,
Peru and
hacer los
Chile,
cambios durante
Well, they had changes throughout the pandemic as well. So that meant that a change of government could change the concept as well, the message as well, and especially could also change the launch dates for different campaigns. So this was one of the biggest challenges we had. However, we also worked together supporting the Canadian consortium, and we were able to have those campaigns and to launch them, not exactly on the time allocated, but yes, in the year we had thought of launching them. So we want to thank the Canadian Consortium and SICAN and the Pacific Alliance, because this year and previous years, we've been able to readdress or go back and for us to do this. And this is the main objective of launching those careers. Thank you. Good morning. Hello, how are you? The Ministry of Education. Okay, what a pleasure to be here with you to talk about technical assistance. From Colombia, I can tell you we did this with all our heart. So enormous heart for the development of this exercise. I want to take advantage of the space. Our friends from Colombia, for over 2 years, they accompanied me and we worked in this team, in this exercise. The people who designed the strategy, it was called be part of the TAT route. And this is the exercise, Dina Garcia. Right now, she's connected, and I want to thank Dina for being with us from Colombia. She is the creative person. She designed this, and this is the design. And this is another person, Hernan Suarez. He's with us also online. He was with us, Amparo Valderrama, and all the people from the Ministry of Education who supported us in this exercise. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank all the entire team of SICAN for supporting us, and of course, Anna, who has been our hostess. And thank you so much, Anna. I also wanted to tell you that this exercise has taken 2 years. I mean, we started it developing 7 virtual modules, generating trainings through which we were able to interpret and know how to develop a communications campaign, depending or related rather to training sessions. On the other hand, we had also identified in all 4 countries that the trend was not recognizing this type of training. It was seen as a second category training. So it wasn't highly valued in our countries. This meant a big challenge for us to try to do those campaigns to promote this type of training. As of this exercise, which was very similar in all 4 countries, we had 7 training modules with a working plan. Initially, we designed in each country an action plan with a chronogram, a plan for tasks and activities. And then we knew what we were going to be doing in this timeline. And Mildred mentioned this. Each country had their own purposes because of their political situations. In our case, in the case of Colombia, we really had to rush, and we understand I mean, we thank you for understanding, and our technical assistance, Lina, was with us. Thank you, Lina, for because you understood how rushed we were doing things. By November and December 2021, that's when we had to launch the campaign, and that's exactly what we did. So we had to set priorities and timelines. We did some research, diagnosis, and technological training in each one of the countries to have this technical input of what was happening in each one of the different sectors in each one of our nations, for us to use that information to have this creative concept for the design of our working plan. And then we launched the campaigns, as Mildred said. The first campaign that came up was the Colombian one. This was the first one launched. And this was November 2021 when it was launched. And last year, when we were in Canada, we were able to celebrate the first anniversary of the launching of the Colombian campaign. It was happily launched and it still continues in Colombia. And we also did the execution process, the monitoring. This is something we've been doing throughout the campaigns. Each one of the countries in their different moments are doing an assessment of the campaigns. And in our case, in the Colombian case, we had moved faster. So we did the monitoring evaluation process and we adjusted the campaign. Right now, we're just so happy, and I can tell you that the change of administration, the campaign was well received by the new administration. We are able to continue with it. We've had normal adjustments to the campaign according to the image of the new administration, but the team, we've now been working on this for 2 years, and happily, no big changes have taken place, so we can continue doing our work. Now, here you have sustainability. This is something we were working on in Canada. Our Peruvian, Chilean, Mexican friends are also working on sustainability spaces. Those are more recent campaigns, especially the Chilean one. It is more recent. Ours is older. And those are the messages and the experiences we've been able to share. So we are giving them very good tools. And we've told them about things. We had obstacles, for instance, hampering our work. And now they have an easier path because we've gone through the learning curve. We went into similarities and differences among countries, and we generated a collaboration network among all four countries. This has been marvelous. And from the first meeting we held in Canada, all four countries, we've been in touch constantly to exchange information and to tell each other what is happening in our own campaigns. So we are so grateful with, and we do have the illusion, and we are so happy to see how the campaign continues. You are going to see some images momentarily on everything we've been doing, and you are going to see more details of each one of those campaigns. Now, to conclude, I think this is an important exercise in the Pacific Alliance because we're getting all the technical assistance. So technical, technological, professional careers. These are something. This is something we should continue strengthening. This is not something we can set aside. This is not a second level thing. We have to give it the highest priority to promote our economies in each one of our countries. So I invite all of you to be part of the campaigns, to be part of this route. And this is the future we have. We are going to continue working in these training sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. And I want to share lessons learned of the different teams working in this technical assistance during its development. Not many months ago, we had a visit of during college, and we had some other universities uh, joining efforts with us. This is the picture of that visit. We met each other, teams met each other. We were able to have exchanges on campaigns that were at different stages of development. Some of them had started in the beginning of technical assistance with immediate execution, and in countries like Javi said, like Chile, we were barely beginning implementation. Among the lessons learned, I only want to mention the value of the dialogue between the teams, that is, those members of the PA, but also teams making up the consortium of the institutions accompanying us. And one of the greatest values of this exchange is something that doesn't happen too frequently, and that is peer learning across ministries of education, because we tend to be very old, complex institutions with a scarcity of internal dialogue. So some of the lessons learned are these. Likewise, mention that talking about best practices, we were able to identify some aspects stemming from the dialogues of the different teams and the articulation with other units inside our own ministries. That is technical professional training involves a number of unities. As we saw yesterday, different levels of education. Therefore, it calls for internal coordination that is not there at all times. And this campaign will allow us and has allowed us to have that. Likewise, this articulation took place with education institutions, some of them attendees here, and we're able to incorporate that in the development of the campaign, and also to project as an element of sustainability on how the different stakeholders interact and how the strategy is communicated in terms of the incorporation of strategic partners in and outside the ministries with the productive sector. And this is extractive sector in this case. And to wrap up in elements in order to ensure sustainability of the process, we want to stress some of the topics that we were able to see in this face-to-face meeting was to be able to identify new stakeholders to talk to during the campaign. One of the elements of this campaign was to promote technical professional education with with greater social value, to acknowledge stakeholders of the process. Finally, in this projection of sustainability of the campaign, and then I will show that to you, there are some key elements like the follow-up assessment and the establishment of communication as something that is ongoing, not as a cornerstone, but rather as a process for education institutions and all stakeholders. And we also want to share with you some images of this campaign as a result in the framework of this technical cooperation. The Colombia campaign, that was the first one, Route 20, the one that you see here, then the Peruvian campaign, the Mexican campaign, and the Chilean campaign that is the most recent, that is currently in execution. And all these materials, you can see them at the mini fair, but some key elements have been, on the one hand, to try to represent young men and women, diverse young men and women, who can not only break the gender stereotype, but also other stereotypes, that is ethnic or racial, and you name it, people who were represented in the campaign and also in activities of these people and the projection in the training. I also want to thank, to wrap up, the support of all institutions, the four countries, and on behalf of all of us who participate in AZOE. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was very, very interesting. And congratulations for this hard work. I will now ask the second panel to join us. Is anybody gonna talk? Okay, thank you then. Thank you. It was very, very interesting, and you were great with the time. Thank you. Now, the next panel in Peru, I invite now uh, Nova Scotia Community College. Now, for Nova Scotia Community College as well, Luz Mari Champisky, a student. And Teresa. And we'll talk about the support and transitions of the coding transition, because we have all experienced, and it was a challenge for all the projects in these 2 years. That is to have to change the way we work the way we operate and for institutes, but across the four countries and Canada, overnight, we had to go virtual. Therefore, that was huge learning for everybody, and you have worked it very, very well. And so we'll want to hear your achievements. Good morning, attendees to this fifth forum of education for employment of the Pacific Alliance. I am Dr. Juana Teresa Ceballos Zapana, General Director of the Higher Technical Institute Honorio de Delgado Espinosa from Arequipa in Peru. I am very happy to attend this forum in order to share with you, to share the education community of Chile, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and Canada on the achievements of this agreement and the respective contributions thereof. The IESTP, Honorio Delgado Espinosa, has 11 programs, and we have 1,850 students. Likewise, we have 90 professors who are active in the productive sector and also in the education arena. We also have the support of 30 administrative members of the staff, um, and we have been serving the community for more than 40 years. This agreement with Mr. Silvain and his team has allowed us to coordinate and see the different needs of the programs for metallurgy and heavy machinery maintenance programs. Therefore, we have achieved an impact by being closer to the productive sector as started in 2018 and all the way till 2020. However, this was interrupted. Everything that we were doing face to face, of course, was affected by COVID-19. And well, the scenario changed radically. And face to face education moved into virtual education. At that time, we were experiencing difficulties inside and out of our country. Therefore, these challenges were before us, and we aimed at four main impacts for the development of our teaching activities. Even though it is true that we had our curricula already prepared for the face-to-face modality, when COVID hit, we had to adapt our methodology, our strategies, and of course, our resources in order to achieve learning as close as possible to our students who now were moved into virtuality. The second impact had to do with the challenge of our students that did not know how to work with technology and practical experiences as well as virtual tools. They did not have the different tools necessary for each program. And of course, this has been a challenge for the institution with respect to uh, professors, because us professors had to work right away and work on training for professors and for students alike. It has been hard work, but we've had very good results because professors have put their experience into these learnings for the school community. It was not only about a lack of knowledge on the technological uh, tools, we also had the economic factor, scarcity of economic resources at the households and uh, loss of jobs, for instance, and lack of income. As you very well know, this is a public institute of the state. And of course, we had to use technological resources that we had at hand and use them in order to try to achieve these teaching experiences. But the students did not have these resources, but the professors um, were trained right away. And so they had to use everything at hand in order to be able to achieve learning as if it had been face to face. It was very difficult, but we achieved it thanks to the coming back. Uh, Now, professors have put so much effort, so much experience in order to achieve learning experience for our students. There has been the impact of this virtual migration to virtuality. Still, we have been able to cope with our challenges. Uh, this year, the institute is back to face classes, and professors have put extra time because when we train our technical professionals, because they learn by doing, we have been able to achieve that goal. Now, I will ask Engineer Jose Miguel Peña Manrique, who is head of the academic unit, and he is going to talk about the different methodologies and the changes of this face-to-face to virtual education. Thank you. Good morning, our friends from Colombia, from Mexico, from Chile, from Canada, and from all the countries attending this session in which I am going to complement what our director has shared with you and also acknowledge the presence of a manager of organizers of this event. Thank you very much. It's an opportunity to share with you what has happened with technological higher education. We need support, we need encouragement and support. The Ministry of Education in Peru, during COVID times, we have had great problems. We didn't know how to cope with it. We didn't know how to cope with the challenge of continuity of education. We could not come to a halt. And I'm sure that that has happened to all of you. Now, what happened with our institute? Well, we had to set a system in order to ensure that education could continue. Therefore, we had to review methods, techniques, resources for virtual education, for technological higher education. It's not the same. It's not the same. I mean, studies in this type of programs, in this type of careers are different as compared to law or maybe business or engineering. It's different because at the Institute we have 11 programs. And what is it that we had to do? Well, the Ministry of Education, via a ministerial order, said that in order to transform face-to-face education to virtual education, we had to review our curricula, the syllabus, contents, etc. And we had to decide what was the priority in order to have uh, an opportunity to teach in the virtual world. Therefore, we had to make our programs fit for virtuality. That is, new ways of having learning sessions and practices, of course, how to develop. What about interactions? What about labs and workshops? So we had to set strategies and methods to do so. However, we did not have the experience to do so. It was a sharp change, and the ministry helped us with standards, with legal frameworks, with they had. However, we are in the real world, and each institution has experiences. Therefore, we conducted that review, but we needed support. We needed advisory and technical advisory as well, and virtual means of communication. We had to start using the platforms, of course, equipment and computer tools as well. We conducted trainings for classroom from Teams and others, and Canvas, Chamilo, and some other platforms that maybe most of you know. Therefore, we generated virtual classrooms. And I wish to stress no experiences. We did not have experience of this sort of, of education, of teaching experiences. We also had to cope with paradigms, one of which had to do with the changes on behavior of professors. Now we have a professor in front of students, uh, and other face-to-face means. Now we have a teacher before a laptop computer, and behind that screen, students taking notes, studying, learning. It was new. We didn't have any experience. However, it was a paradigm. Another paradigm had to do with technological education. Education is not a process that can be interrupted, but rather it moves according to circumstances. It is a unique process that develops all that cognitive learning that we need for students, not only knowledge, but also capacities and skills. And that is what allows us to then join students and help them join the labor field. And if they are not trained in these capacities, what will happen when they enter the market? Therefore, we could not stop teaching, and we had to be as close as possible to our students, as if it was face to face. Another paradigm had to do with evaluations. How are we going to be evaluating our students virtually? Capacities that we used to do face to face. It was hard because we did not have technology to do so or experience to do so. And another paradigm had to do with this accompanying advisory tutorship of our students face to face. We can use different direct ways of doing it, but in virtual times, how can we do that if we don't see the student? We don't have him or her with us. So attendance and evaluation was important. So we needed help, we needed experience to deal with COVID times in education. Our next presenter will share with you how was it that the institute with collaboration with CCAN College, the experience of professors in Canada who were steps ahead of us. How did they help us? How did they support us? How did they uh, accompany us? Also technically, and using times that did not stick only to the classroom work, but more and more hours, long hours using new concepts to prepare videos and new concepts, new forums, and also communication that was dynamic, as our director said. Uh, no, as in order to prevent um, dropping out of students, and therefore we uh, talked to SICAM. The ministry, of course, provided formal legal resources. However, we needed more. And SICAM was there for us, helped us. And Ilaria is going to share with you how was that. And indicators of achievements, that's number 4. We concluded that it is possible to have virtual education with the right digital conditions. Of course, we have to devote time, advisory, um, long hours, and also the use of the communication technologies and information technologies, and the state needs to work on digital education and make it available for everybody. Virtual education has been a challenge, and thanks to SICAM, we have been able to succeed and to overcome these COVID times. When we see in retrospective what did we do, then we will see how much we achieved. Thank you. Well, hello. The objective of education offered by the consortium can provide teachers and administrative personnel with tools to go from face to face to online education, both synchronic and asynchronic. And the most frequent challenges that we hear from professors and administrative staff has to do with encouragement of students, improve communication with students, how to deal with evaluation, particularly in technical and technological careers, how to take care of the physical and mental health of their staff, and how to provide access to internet. And the response of these concerns of beneficiaries, the consortium organized seminars and workshops that can be observed. And this refers to the number of participants that we had in each seminar and workshop. And I want to give you some context by saying that SICAM presented COVID funds, and COVID funds was there to support beneficiary institutions to deal with problems posed by the pandemic. And with these resources, the Alliance but server and computers to deal with the challenge.
Get out of this difficult circumstance. This would never have been possible if we hadn't received donation of a high technological capacity server. Through this server, we were able to attend to the needs of 300 courses. Yes, and at the same time, 11 study programs working day and night, 1,800 students, 300 courses throughout the day. If we hadn't had this server, this would not be possible. To be so serious and and formal for the training sessions. The server allowed us to serve 1,800 students, as I have already said, especially in steel, uh, specialized steel industry courses and others. 100 teachers working simultaneously, uploading information, downloading information, uploading videos. Well, and also every day sending out information on the net so that we would have a permanent message, an operational message through the server donated by SICAN, supporting us so much for our academic development. And with the server, we were able to expand the use of teachers' resources, more speed and more amount of information. That's what it meant. 20 computers, they also donated. 20 computers so students can now use technology. They can do drills and simulations. They can store information. They can do graphs that are standardized, for online processes and access to information. In other words, those computers, we used them to incorporate technologies for scientific lessons, for scientific and
Hello, good
technical
morning.
learnings.
Comentar que con estos fondos COVID,
With
además
the
del apoyo que
COVID
se dio en la parte de los
funding,
equipos del servidor y los
aside from the
computadores,
server and the
también tuvimos la
computers
parte
and other pieces
más
of
dedicada
equipment,
a la igualdad de
we
género.
worked on
Esto nos
gender
pasó en uno de
equality.
los países.
This
Uno de los
happened
grandes
throughout
impactos
the
del
4 countries.
fue
An impact
el
of
incremento
COVID-19
en
was
la
the
violencia contra la
increase
mujer,
of violence against
desafortunadamente,
women,
especialmente
unfortunately,
en los periodos de cuarentena
especially
en los
in the
que se
quarantine
pasaba más tiempo en
periods,
casa
the
y
lockdown
esta
periods,
violencia
and
contra la mujer aumentó.
violence
Lo
against
que
women
hicimos,
increased. What we did,
y esto fue una unión
and
y una
this is
alianza
a
muy bueno de
unity
Chile,
between
BCU
the
y BCU
alliance or the
Plus,
partnership between
es que todos
Chile
trabajamos
and
juntos.
this. We've been working together, all the
Chile y
different
Colombia,
countries on this. In
nos
Chile
unimos
and
para formar
Colombia, we were united to
seminario de
have
estrategias para
this
la igualdad de género y
seminar
mujer.
on
En este
strategies
seminario, nuestra idea era
violence
unirnos y
against women.
hablar de estrategias.
People would tell us
Analizamos
about the
cómo las instituciones
strategies
de Chile,
launched
de Perú
by
y
the
otras
Chilean
instituciones
Peruvian
educativas podían implementar
institutions and
para tratar
everything they
de
were
prevenir y erradicar la
implementing
violencia contra la
to
mujer.
prevent and eradicate
Y pues
violence
en este
against women.
caso contamos
So in
con
this case, we
una
had
profesora
Brenda,
de
a
literatura y estudios
teacher
sobre la
of
mujer
literature and
y
women's
en Colombia,
studies, of
Caroline Rius, que es
the support also
directora
with Caroline,
de estudios
Deputy Director of
pedagógicos
Studies
del
and
CEDIS y
Pedagogical
Miscamán,
Studies.
y con
And we
Isadora
also had the
Ruiz,
support of Isadora,
directora de la Escuela Nacional de Arte
Director of the
Dramático
National Dramatic Art
en
School
Lima, Perú.
from
Y
Peru.
entonces
So
estas
then
representantes
those
nos hablaron de
representatives
estrategias que las
told us
instituciones
about
estaban
strategies at the
implementando,
institutional
las
level,
instituciones, los protocolos que
the
tenían,
protocols
por
they have,
ejemplo, espacios
for
donde
instance,
los estudiantes puedan
spaces where
hablar de
students
casos en los
could
que se han visto
discuss
envueltos,
cases
y también
where they
de
had
estrategias
been
que
involved.
como individuos
And we also
podíamos
spoke about
implementar
strategies
en
we could
nuestros hogares.
individually implement in our
Cuando
households
tenemos
and in our
problemas
daily
o
lives.
dudas que tratamos de
This
resolver
was of great help
en tiempos de la pandemia.
during pandemic times. Very well, to conclude our presentation, let me, well, present two ladies, and they are going to be very brief, telling us about their own experiences in their study programs. Yes, Luz Betty, she is a steel industry metallurgic student.
Buenos días,
Good morning.
mi
First
nombre
of
es
all,
Luz
well,
Quispe. Yo soy
yes,
estudiante del
nice meeting
Instituto
you.
Mario Delgado Espinosa.
I
Actualmente curso el quinto
study at the
semestre de
Espinosa
estudios de metalurgia
Institute. I'm in
y el
my
día de hoy
fifth
estoy
cycle of
agradecida
a SEAL
de
or
poder participar en el
metallurgical
quinto foro de capitalización del
studies,
programa
and I'm
EFE
so happy to be
Transfer Pacífico.
participating
Y
in
lo que les
this
quiero narrar es
meeting.
mis experiencias vividas a través
Let me
de
tell you
este
about the
convenio
experiences
del
I had
Consorcio
through
de
this
Canadá,
agreement.
SICAN, a lo largo de estos
throughout these recent years. They've been helping us. They've gave us a server so that we could do our virtual metallurgy courses and other courses as well. So we've been able to get new skills. And they've also helped us in labs and workshops so that we can unite theory and practice. The teachers are also getting a lot of support through those types of equipment and tools. And we're also working on gender equality for women to participate in the so-called male careers. I can proudly tell you today that thanks to this agreement, without having graduated yet, I am now working in a company. Well, and this is helping me because in the workshops I have used tools, equipment, and now in my work I'm practically using the same equipment. So it's quite a gratifying situation to say that I've had sound education that has opened doors for my career. And this is something that I can tell you with great pride. The companies hiring students like me know the institute. And this is thanks to the Canadian consortium, SICAN. I am certain that we are going to continue harvesting the fruit of that partnership. Thank you. Yes, and now let me give the floor to Miss Ruth Milagros Arapa. Heavy machinery maintenance. That's what she's studying now. First of all, I want to cordially greet each one of you. I'm Ruth Milagros Arapa. I work at the Espinosa Institute, heavy machinery maintenance. That's what I'm studying. I'm so happy to be in this forum of the Pacific Alliance. Let me, first of all, thank the agreement with SICAN that is allowing me to do so much in my studies and career. This agreement started 4 years ago. And in that time, we've had training sessions for teachers and students. This is really helping us, and we're getting so much support to continue studying and working. We also had a donation of mini excavator. I've been operating this excavating equipment. I continue learning so many things, not only maintenance, but also operational excavator. And I'm learning so many other things. For instance, warehousing, cooling. I've been able to dismantle engines, all types of motors and engines. I infinitely thank the SICAN agreement. And I want to tell women to continue studying, and especially in the type of career that I have picked for myself. Thank you. And finally, to conclude our participation, some conclusions. First, support of the Canadian Consortium for the Pacific Alliance is of transcendental importance in the accomplishment of our objectives in times of virtual and physical education systems in heavy machinery, metallurgy careers are just some of those that I want to mention today. Second, with technical advisory systems from the Canadian colleges and institutes through specialized staffing, we've been able to learn so much. And this is even covering COVID-19 years. Thus, we are able to have better professional training and formation. And finally, the implementation of the workshops and All the different sessions are allowing us to enhance our necessary practices so that students can better do their work in different companies. This was not possible before because we never had hands on practices, but now we do with the support of the Canadian Consortium. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al consorcio B07.
Thank you
Gracias
very much,
por esta presentación.
Consortium. Thank you for this presentation.
Pasaron su tiempo un poquito, pero lo
Yes,
que
I think we
tratamos
took a little
fue
bit
el
longer,
viaje que han hecho para
but
llegar acá
the trip
fue tan
you've
grande, son
made
tan
to
fuertes
be here was
que
such
estamos
a
cerrando el
long trip
aeropuerto de Arequipa con
because the
todos los
Arequipa
tristes problemas que están
airport was
pasando
closed down
en el
because
Perú
of
y un
everything happened
reconocimiento
in
para todo su
Peru,
pueblo y su gente.
and this
Pues
is
le perdonamos por el
terrible. So
el
thank you
viaje que
so
han hecho
much
para llegar acá. Muchas gracias por sus
for
testimonios y buen
traveling
trabajo.
such long distances to be here with us today. Thank you so much for all your work.
Ahora pues tenemos
Now
otro ejemplo de
we have
esta
another
virtualidad,
example of this
otro ejemplo de
virtuality,
este trabajo
another
de
example of
transición
this work of
con la
transition
situación del COVID
with COVID,
y también en el Perú. Pero
but
esta
also
vez
in Peru.
hemos hecho
This
un
time,
nuevo proyecto que ha empezado
and this is
hace
a new
un año,
project we started
justamente
less than
para
a year
apoyar al
ago
INEDU
to support
en
other
la
projects in
transición
terms
virtual, en
of
el
virtual
diseño
transition
de una
and
plataforma de
for the
aprendizajes
design
en línea.
of
Y
online learning
entonces
platform.
el
So then,
consorcio
the
el
consortium,
college
I
de
mean,
Fansha, que está
the
trabajando
Fansha
sobre este
College
proyecto,
working on this
está
project
apoyando al Perú
is
en
now
esta
supporting Peru
gestión de cambio,
and
digamos, de
this
esta nuevas
change
maneras de
management
aprendizajes y
to
de
have new
formación, más que todo
ways
para
of
las
learning
formaciones
and training people,
en enfoque por competencia, que a veces
especially
parece
the
un
by
poco más
competence
difícil
learning,
ponerlas en
which is
línea,
sometimes more
pero estamos
difficult to
trabajando
have them
con
online.
ellos.
We are working with them for that purpose.
Lastimosamente,
Unfortunately,
la misma
because
situación
of the situation,
triste que está pasando
which
en
is
el
so
Perú,
sad in
no ha
Peru,
podido viajar la
everything that's
señora
happening.
Zoila Rivera,
Zoila
que
Rivera was not
ha
able to
estado
travel to
trabajando
be with
sobre
us
este
today.
proyecto
She
y
has been
entonces
working on this
estará con
project.
nosotros de manera
So
virtual.
she
Aquí
will
nos
be with us
ella será un
virtually from
ejemplo
Peru.
concreto de toda esa
This is a very
situación.
concrete
Y
example of this
entonces, por favor,
situation,
si nos
which
pueden
is a case in point.
presentar a
Yes,
la
please,
señora Zoila Rivera,
Mrs.
que
Zoila
estará
Rivera.
acompañándonos de manera
She's with
virtual.
us
Por
virtually.
favor.
Thank you. Please.
Buenas tardes a
Good
todos y a todas.
afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for opening this space for us to share with you progress made and challenges we've faced in our project. Virtual teachings as a tool for TV, ET of high quality. I'm the project coordinator. I'm with my colleague Zoila Rivera. She is working as a specialist in technical productive education for the Education Ministry of Peru. Greetings, fraternal greetings to all of you. Now, these are the institutions. This is the Peruvian Education Ministry and the Higher Education Directorate, working on technology and productive technicians and also artistic production. And the Canadian Consortium, Fanshawe College. Now, let me, in principle, tell you some issues related to this context. As you know, the pandemic and post-pandemic times have revealed various problems related to training processes and learning processes. I'm talking about online systems, This is not only for higher education institutions, not only for private institutions, but also for public institutions. We are all facing so many challenges. This reality generates or has generated many opportunities, as we know, but very particular challenges as well related to the context, to the education context. I'm talking about technical, technological education context. And that's what this project is for those technical, technological, higher education institutions, 142, 342 rather, throughout Peru. They're offering various technological study programs in rural, urban areas as well. This means that, for instance, in our Latin American context, in Peru, to be more specific, not all teachers and students have access to various internet tools, connections, and the availability of devices. Now, based on that situation, let me tell you about the initial problems we had. For instance, very big gaps nationwide for the competence of ITCs and ICTs rather, and access of those ICTs for teachers on technical and technological education. And on the other hand, let me tell you that many of the institutions do have access to internet and they use that in their learning processes. And however, not all those systems meet the needs of Peru, the ones in the marketplace, I mean, and especially technical education. So the proposal as part of this framework agreement is to implement online learning systems to meet the education service management. And here I'm talking about technical, technological education in Peru. Let me now give you the initial objective of this project. This is contributing for the design and implementation of a learning platform. This is a collaborative learning platform for a technological education institute so that there's continuity in the development of those services. Now then, basically, there are central actions highly related to the learning management system. And this is an in-house learning management system and the recommendations for the implementation of this system through the tool we now have available to do a diagnosis and recommendations for that LMS through a pilot and the training program based on competences, CBET, including teachers, students, and other education personnel. Here you have some of the topics based on competences, everything related to training and education, skills, knowledge a person should develop to do their work. Now, on the other hand, these are the learning objectives that have to do with having a specific learning period. This is the Learning Continuity Hub. Why is it that we, in collaboration with other institutions, why is it that we can contribute towards strengthening these processes? We've been working on this for over 20 years, online work, I mean, and recently this has been increasing because we have more technology and because of the pandemic, of course. So we have the Learning Continuity Hub where we are contributing, especially to the teaching community, for them to transfer their knowledge
o sus clases
and for them
presenciales
to
a forma
have their
online, ¿no?
physical
Entonces, se generan
in-person courses
alternativas
and turn
sexuales y
them into virtual
género-sexuales
courses.
como
This is just one
alternativas
example I wanted to show
sexuales
you of the
en
way we're
educación.
using the tool or the tools.
Bueno, mencionar aquí
And the diagnosis.
algo muy importante y es
This is
primero
very
compartirles
important.
cómo conocimos,
How did we
cómo
get to
nosotros
know
nos empapamos de esa realidad
that
para dar
reality
respuestas de una
to
manera coherente
meet the
a una
needs
realidad concreta del caso de,
of the
de la
reality
educación
itself
técnica del Perú? Entonces,
in terms of
empezamos con las
technical,
secciones
technological
tradicionales,
education in Peru? So, sections, this is the analysis methodology, and this is the review and analysis of documents, the design and application of the survey for teachers and students of five institutes.
se hizo
Now,
una
we
revisión de
had
documentos
a review
por parte
process
del ministerio y también hicimos una encuesta
and a
con
survey as
estudiantes y
well
docentes de algunos
with
institutos
students and
del Perú.
teachers
También
in Peru.
recabamos una
This
información.
was of great help
Entonces,
because it gave us so much
estas
information.
categorías
So those
corresponden
categories
a
respond
estudiantes,
to
a
students,
facilidad de uso, la
ease
dinámica del
of
grupo,
use,
los temas asociados particularmente a los procesos de enseñanza,
teaching
las características de
processes,
interacción entre actores, los
interaction
asuntos
characteristics,
organizacionales
organizational
de las instituciones que prestamos
issues of the institutions
educación, temas de redes
rendering education
seguridad
services,
y privacidad, que son
security and
temas
privacy,
que
among
se tratan
others.
online, en donde, por
And
ejemplo,
for instance,
aquí,
here,
bueno, se me va una diapositiva, pero lo importante
the
es que
important
cada
thing
una
is
de
that
esas
each one of
categorías
those
hicimos un análisis
categories
muy concreto y
includes a very
concienzudo
concrete
del Perú
analysis of
en lo que
the
han
Peruvian
significado los
context
estudiantes y
on students, for
analizamos
instance, and with the students we
características que están
analyzed,
en contextos rurales y urbanos,
the differences between a rural or
a diferentes
urban
herramientas,
context,
etcétera.
and the use of technological
Acá,
tools for each one of those
como
analyses.
parte de
Here,
ese informe Sections, hicimos
as
unas
part
recomendaciones
of
y le
that
cedo la palabra a Zoila,
sections
que nos hable un
report,
poco
let me give the floor to
sobre lo que ella
Zoila
considera que es
so that
ultimamente
she can talk about the main
Sí,
recommendations
buenos
through
días
the
con todos
use
y
of the
todas. Muchas
sections
gracias Andrés
report.
por el
Thank
espacio.
you. Thank you,
Como ya
Andres.
mencionó Andrés, este
As
ha sido un
he
trabajo
has
conjunto
already mentioned, this has
el
been joint
aprendizaje y
work,
el dar y compartir
and
constantemente
we've
en el
been
consorcio.
constantly sharing
Nosotros
this with the
en el nivel de
consortium.
recomendaciones
At the
hemos identificado
recommendation
5 y hacemos
level,
llegar
we've
estas recomendaciones
received these
sobre
5
para el proyecto.
recommendations
El
for the
primero
project.
está justamente al tema
The
de gestión
first one is
integral.
related to change
Es un tema
management,
relevante porque al momento de implementar
which
un
is important
proceso
because when we
de
implement
digitalización,
the
como es ahora la
digitization
plataforma, hay que
process
preparar justamente a los actores
for the
educativos para que
platform, we
tengamos
have to
esta
prepare the
nueva herramienta
education
que les va a
sectors
ayudar a mejorar
so
los
that
procesos
they can
dentro de
use
las
this tool to
instituciones
improve their
y por parte
processes
justamente
within
de los
their
estudiantes y de los
institutions.
docentes.
This has
Por
to do
ello,
with
también
students
hay una
and teachers
recomendación
as well. So the
que nos
second
brinda
recommendation
lograr que
is
este sistema
maintaining
pueda responder
this
de
design and
manera
for it to be
inaccesible.
maintained
Bueno,
as a simple
esperamos
and
en los
accessible design
plazos de manera
and for it to be
transparente
used in a
seguir
very
profundizando
transparent manner,
con
constant
justamente los actores
information, constant
educativos,
communication
los
with education
gestores, actores que van a participar
sectors,
tanto en el desarrollo
with
como en el
everyone
diseño
participating
y
in development
específicamente
and
refiriendo
design,
a los elementos
specifically
tecnológicos,
on
las
technological
plataformas de
aspects.
videoconferencias, el
The
Zoom,
use of
los
video
desarrollos también
conferences through Zoom or
que
MS
vemos dentro
Teams.
del
We
diseño
can use the
tecnológico
existing
y sobre todo
platforms,
brindar justamente
and it's also a
un
matter
sistema
of
de una que sea
being
responsiva
able
y que
to
pueda
use the
responder
mobile
justamente al uso de los móviles, que es una
device
herramienta que hemos visto que nos
says,
ayuda
and we have seen
muchísimo a
how
los
important
estudiantes
this
y a
was,
los docentes.
especially throughout the pandemic, used, of course,
Ahora
by
Andrés,
teachers and students.
y acá
Now,
justamente,
here you
ya
see,
que hablamos de gestión del
since we're
cambio,
talking
de su
about
importancia
change
en el
management,
contexto y la coyuntura
this
actual en
has to
nuestro
do
país,
with the
el primer
juncture, with the
eje siempre
context in
permanece en
Peru.
relación a los cambios
We have
demográficos
a
y
lot of
sociales que se han dado en los
instability,
últimos años
and
en
we
Perú
also
y
have so
que
many
justamente en esta
changes
línea no
taking
podemos
place
avanzar
at the community
en
level.
el
We
desarrollo
have to continue
de
working
este
on the
sector con este tema
development,
de diseño.
and now this
Existe
has
una
to do with
posición,
the
por
design.
otro lado, existe una
On the
posición
other
de
hand,
justamente
there's
de los
resistance
actores educativos
from
en
education
relación a la carga que
users,
la pandemia ha
teachers, for
traído
instance, and the
consigo,
pandemic
justamente
has
a que
made it
nuestros docentes tengan que ir incorporando las
obligatory for
tecnologías a
our
sus procesos
teachers to start incorporating technology in their learning processes. And this makes them feel that they have more workloads and they are saturated or overwhelmed. This is what they've been saying. So we have to teach them to use technology and to tell them that this is not more workload, but that it makes their work easier and more flexible. We have to understand priorities, of course, and not only priorities of teachers, but also students. In this sense, we have two formation programs we are working in, and the first one has to do with change management. And we have curricular designs online, 30-hour programs online on competence-based learning. And here we're going to be including many subject matters, and we are sharing knowledge, concepts, and databases as well through agreements we have signed. About 50 hours of this training program or for it. Now, as part of the analysis of the sections report, we have a management change program through a vision of processes uh, through constant changes, especially related to the different contexts and circumstances in our country. Communication is of the utmost importance here for all of us to have the same project, a joint project through a joint strategy for change. We have to be very clear on the strategy for us to have a vision and also an everyday reality that has to be taken into account when we're talking about changes and accomplishments.
And lastly, the map of competencies. This is the process followed for the development of education uh, programs and the competence we want to achieve, activities that will allow us to do so, and evaluations based on the different activities of students, and the evaluation that will allow us to know if we are achieving that competencies. And that is what we have to share with respect to the project that has been enriching for both parties. And we have uh, learned uh, the different circumstances that have allowed us to participate in the project. Yes, it has been a very enriching activity, ongoing collaborative uh, learning from each other process, and in order to contribute students and professors. Thank you very much. And well, we wait for questions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Andrés, Zoila.
Thank you,
Gracias por su
Andres and
presentación.
Zoila, for your presentation.
Ahora quiero invitar al
Now,
consorcio B10,
Consortium B10,
invitando a la mesa al señor Pedro Correa,
Mr. Pedro Correa
regional Boyaca,
from the
Argentina,
Boyaca
Colombia.
Regional Center,
A Claudia Acevedo Leal,
Claudia Acevedo
UTS, de
from
Colombia,
UTS in
a
Colombia,
Marie-Hélène Forêt, du Cégep de Chicoutimi, y a Miriam Alonso, du
Miriam
Cégep de Piave.
Alonso, and
Bueno, compañeros,
the other
de donde
participants
van a
of
hablar
B10.
del apoyo a la
So you will be
inclusión
talking
escolar y
about
a la
in
retención de
access,
los estudiantes.
inclusive access and retention of students of Project
Doy
B10.
la palabra. ¿Tienen una presentación? Aquí.
And do you have a
Muy
presentation?
buenos días. Estamos muy felices de presentarles la asistencia.
We are very happy to talk about B10 technical assistance that we have developed in the past years with in order to give inclusive access of apprentices and students.
Les vamos a contar un poco de nuestra
We'll
historia.
tell you a little bit who we are.
Nosotros somos
as a team. We represent this team made up by four institutions, two Canadian institutions, Cégep de Coutimi and Cégep de Jontier, located in the southern portion of the of Quebec, and two uh, Colombian institutions, Santander in Bucaramanga and the Regional Mining Center as well in Colombia. We are in the beginning of we started in 2019, and little by little, we learned about each other, our experiences and the institutions, and therefore we have planned and we will work the project based on four main components. Number one, strength, technical and pedagogical strengthening of school success. Number two, support during management in everything that has to do with the articulation across different services for school success. Also, applied research projects. And lastly, support the creation of collaboration mechanisms with the different institutions aimed at school success. The first activities we were about to implement them in March 2020. Of course, we had to deal with the beginning of the pandemic, as you all know. And with that, we had to adapt the way in which we work to achieve the objectives of the project. Now, my colleagues will share with you how we did it. Thank you, Maria Helen. Thank you very much. Again, good morning. I am Claudia Acevedo. I am part of this project that is so relevant, that allowed us from technological Bucaramanga and Santander, allowed us to learn, of course, and at the same time be able to share with these wonderful women and Pedro from Socamoso, to share contents and technical assistance support in order to achieve the success of this project. That is how 2020 hit us, and we already had a work plan. We had designed already, but we had to adapt and in one way or another rethink many things. So that's how we were able to join forces and work closer together in spite of the crisis, in spite of the difficult times we were all living. And as of that, see how we migrated from face-to-face experiences to confinement, and also to provide necessary support to our students. That allowed us to have more flexibility, and at the same time to start working on innovation and creativity in order to meet requirements that we had to have as a team, of course, and also higher expectations. So there was um, an open space for trust, knowledge, and support. Likewise, a collaborative work at a distance, uh, more open and ongoing communication to work at our corresponding institutions, and also deal with the identification of needs in the different contexts of our institutions, and have a common vision, a common view of the process we were experiencing. Likewise, our processes were fully integrated from gender equality in order to close gaps in our country and make sure the success of our students at UTS, and in the case of Sogamoso, of apprentices. And therefore, we start working in order to change paradigms, that complex paradigm of our region and of our country, and that has to do with machismo. Now, we want to share this slide with you. That's the baseline for the process. That is how it operated in these 4 years. So, in a summarized way, we want to share with you how did all that started with articulation of EJEPs in Canada, Jonquière and UTME, in order to start working with that assistance and support project um, based on the alliance. And since that, we had to adapt and readapt to the process again. And therefore, we started working on the strategy and uh, applied activities to see what was our greatest need and what was is it that we were to develop in the two institutions during the pandemic. Therefore, pandemic hit us, and we had to start working well in Canada, of course, seeing the synergy and of course seeing the different offices to work on a practical way. And these main stakeholders in our different institutions allowed us to to move our resources to see what were the main circumstances that we were experiencing. Likewise, we had results, and Pedro will share a little bit more about it. Then with 2022, we started seeing development and execution of this exercise, of course, with the strengthening of this scaffolding with students, with professors, or apprentices in these areas of the community. And now in 2023, we are pretty much wrapping up. Of course, we still have to work on a number of spaces and to move and wrap up this project. This is how we operated, how we implemented the project. So now I will ask Pedro to explain to us the development of these methodological tools in this space. Well, good morning. First of all, during the pandemic, we had to make a series of adaptations from different points of view. For the TUEYEP, our entity as such is a technical training institution. Therefore, our language is different from the one that is used in other institutions. Students are called apprentices, and our teachers are called instructors, and the classrooms of the institution for our education environments. Therefore, we had to adapt that language because I was working with different institutions on the one hand, in essence, and because we had to adapt the language in order to understand what we were doing. The SENA is an institution that meets the training commitment of the state to work with technical personnel, with operators that will work across different industries. And therefore, we graduate trained personnel to execute in the best possible way their activities across the industry. So in this adaptation, what we try to do during the process was to apply a methodology using applied research. And we wanted to learn about all the different stakeholders of the institution, our apprentices, our students, our instructors, or professors, and the administrative personnel as well, and companies, and to see what is that they need. And what did we learn? Well, first, we ran into situations across the different uh, stakeholders. And for apprentices, many of them had special conditions, that is, lack or scarcity of resources and family circumstances, or single moms, or some of our apprentices had to help, or were caregivers to their parents or grandparents, and some of them had certain disabilities, among many other things that we came to know based on this research. And another actor were the different officials of the institutions, and we saw that one of the difficulties was a weakness in terms of communication across the well-being services of the institutions and labor insertion to be experienced by our graduates. Another thing that we observed was the absence of spaces and times to exchange uh, between professionals of the different areas. What is it that they are doing? Because we were like islands. We did not communicate what we were doing. We stayed at the different ministries. Lack of knowledge of our apprentices in terms of services they had a right of access. Therefore, we had to work in order to identify how to outreach, how to provide information to each one of them. Another methodology that we applied had to do with practical communities. That is, we created spaces um, to exchange practices. We work with the communities, and therefore we conducted virtual conferences to train instructors, apprentices, administrative staff that in one way or another had to generate the different pieces in order to build synergy to benefit the apprentices. That is what we were looking for. That methodology allowed to develop a common vision across the community, understand different actions in order to optimize services. And at SENA, we have an array of services, but the apprentice sometimes doesn't know who is the person to accompany him or her. Improve existing tools. In the entity, we have pretty much a little bit of everything, and sometimes the tools are kept in a computer and only one person has access, so we wanted that to be shared. Also see the different routes to support our students, because they are our main goal. Our purpose is to guarantee them their school success and to give them all necessary tools and facilities in order to successfully conclude. And then a work plan with the three actions, that is to improve strategies of communication, to communicate services, available organization, and teaching. Teaching. Thank you, Pedro. So to give you a little bit of context, in the B10 project, we are talking about school success. That is, how is it that all these strategies allowed the student or the apprentice to stick, to graduate, but also to take full advantage of the different spaces in order to strengthen competencies, in order to graduate, as we were saying. Now, the work plan in post-pandemic, the UTS, together with the SENA, determined these three activities together with technical support from Miriam and Marielen. So UTS, we intended to improve access um, to our students in order to allow our students to have access, because we have more than 22,000 students at Bucaramanga and 4 regionals. We have a large population, and we realized that we did not know each other, that there were many difficulties that they were encountering, that they did not know that there were technological strategies for students to strengthen their capacities. Continuity of practice communities between teachers and professionals, then the development of a toolbox and a website so that students could have access to the different tools with tutorships and monitoring and support to strengthen the process. And at the SENA, to implement the pivot instructor to integrate apprentices to the program, favoring success. Number two, to implement an API role, that is individualized pedagogical support, API in Spanish, in order to implement these models at institutional level for apprentices. And number three, to develop accompanying strategy for students or apprentices of the first year in order to favor their school success. Thank you very much. I'm missing one thing. I'm sorry, I'm on the top of the hour. I'm sorry. Another important experiences we want to share with you at institutional level was to optimize those academic services. We have a mobile app. This is very, very important app, and we are very proud. We have the program. We have these preschool programs. We have sixth semester of computer science together with engineers developing this app called Soy Uteísta. That's the name in Spanish, and allowed us to offer these services, schedules, and their ID, and grades, and academic profiles, and alerts. Of course, news in the newsletter, UTS agenda, and for appointments for tutorships and monitors in order to reinforce their process. We are very proud because our students were on board. They had an economic stimulus, and therefore they did this wonderful job. We have 14,000 users approximately who have downloaded our app, and the idea is to offer it in iOS so that all students can have access to this wonderful app, and they'll have all services in one click. So Pedro, now to share his experience from SENA. Thank you. This is one of the activities that we conducted as a result of the project called SENA Open Doors. And what we wanted to do was to bring a liaison across different institutions of education, institutions at Sogamoso, so that they could visit our training center. Because every time we recruit new apprentices, we find that not many schools in the region know about us. So we wanted to open our doors so that they could come and learn what we are doing, and have this touch and feel of our premises and show them what we do. And to have a student sharing with them what is it that we are doing. So here we have different schools, different environments. We have chemistry, topography, heavy machinery, mining. So from all these different areas. And this is the final slide. As you know, this hasn't been easy. We have had to adapt. We have overcome these challenges, virtual learning, mobilization of teams, resistance, because we have tried to incorporate more open dynamics. Teams are tired. People have worked a lot during the pandemic, and some of the legacies include the optimization of services offered to favor school success. And for us, it's very important because that is for younger generations to know what is it that they want to develop. Creation of collaborative spaces. This is something that we are very proud of. They have integrated them in the process, exchange of experiences, reflections, knowledge, and better knowledge of other realities and cultures, therefore bringing down prejudices and stereotypes. And so this was quick. Thank you very much. And well, congratulations to everybody. Congratulations and thank you very much. We can tell that they are very passionate, they are very proud of what they have achieved with B10. Well, now let's take a break. Let's go to the mini fair. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for the mini fair, only like 15 minutes, because then we will go to subgroups. Subgroups are very important. And together, we will identify opportunities for the future. This you can take a look at this table. You can choose the subgroup. They will go to the same rooms as yesterday. So we'll have these during the mini fair and visit the kiosks. And if you want to take a look at the app, some people were taking a look at this. So they will have it open at the kiosk. So go to the visit the 4 kiosks. They will be presenting. You can ask questions, or you can talk to these people and their achievements. Thank you very much. We'll meet you at the subgroups.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Vandermolen. I'm from Vancouver Island University. It's my very great pleasure to introduce a powerhouse team who will share the success of the A08 campaigns. So apologies in advance for any mispronunciations. Quiero practicar mi español, but I'll do this in English. So representing each of the 4 reds or the 4 networks, first we have from Chile, who is very near and dear to my heart. We have Carolina Rojas, Lorena Caruz. From Colombia, Hadi Caballero. Mexico, Mildred Toledo. And on behalf of Peru, really who should be sharing today is Michaela Cumpa and Juan Safra, but Ana Belen Jimenez from Durham will do great justice to their work.
Bien, muchas gracias por
Thank
estar
you.
acá. Vamos a
Let's
intentar
try
el desafío de los 10 minutos. ¿Ya?
to meet the challenge of the 10 minutes. For my presentation, I'm Carolina Muñoz Roja. I'm with Lorena Caruso, and this is something we want to tell you about the results of 8.08, the communication campaign we had recently. First of all, let me summarize emphasis of the campaign. we had to reorient the campaign. The other teams who did technical assistance projects with the Pacific Alliance and Canada, we had change of administration, change of government. So we changed emphasis and communication messages for the communication strategy. In our current government program, the main thing we're concentrating on has to do with collectivities, not only individually. It's not just a matter of finding a job. It's rather using the collective, the technical professional belonging in a community, a training modality with a broader purpose, not just finding a job individually. Development in the community level is very important. So, building a society through technical professional education. This is our perspective for sustainable development. We propose through the campaign moving towards human development, sustainable development, and using that training exactly for that, and having an echo of more sustainable and fair development with other elements. Gender equality. This is important for us. A feminist perspective, a transformer perspective. This is the content. Which is the main audience for the campaign? This is one of the changes we made. The audience, students. We are talking to students, to young people, not necessarily their families. Families are secondary. We're talking directly to students 14 through 18 years of age, going through junior high school, secondary education, so that they will consider technical professional education in their aspirations. University education, not one over the other, but both. People finishing secondary education, maybe they're not working, they're looking for a job, but also people who do not study, do not work. The technical professional career could be an option. We have adults, significant people, education, institutions, workers, and public opinion in general. The objective, as the rest of technical assistance, is technical education perception as a space for personal and social development linked to territorial development, economic, environmental development, lifelong learning to have a dignified life to participate actively in society. Two objectives: improving this type of learning, improving TVET in our country, and positioning it as a link in social development. Some tactics, Lorena will go into that. We're considering using social media, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and also using tools of the Ministry of Education, digital audio and video formats. Communication pillars. This is very important. We'll show you details later. Inspirational aspect, motivating people to transform the world, their country, and society through technical professional education. And this has to do with generating information of the registration processes nationwide, attributes, what does it mean to study, to be a student, for instance, with a professional career, and the social pillar. What does it mean for society?
voy a llegar muy rápidamente al relato para darle la
Yes.
palabra a Lorena. Las nuevas generaciones de
New
jóvenes tienen vencidos los
generations
deseos de hacer cambios drásticos
want
en nuestro
to
país y en
make
el mundo.
drastic
Cambios en
changes
lo
in the
ecológico, en lo
country and the
político, en
world,
lo social, en lo
environmental,
económico, en
political,
lo
social,
tecnológico.
economic,
Y si lo hacen
technological changes.
desde la mirada
And if
técnica,
they do
lo
it,
pueden lograr.
outlook, they
Porque
can
lo técnico
accomplish
se
their
basa
purpose
en aprender y
because
lograr haciendo,
technical
porque
things
lo
have
que
to do
quieres
with
para el
learning.
futuro, técnicamente se puede. Ese es
If we
nuestro
can do it
eslogan de
technically
campaña,
for the
¿no? Y esas
future,
son las piezas que
yes, we
Lorena a
can do it.
continuación va a presentar.
Lorena, you have the floor.
Bueno, ahora les vamos a mostrar las piezas, los materiales de difusión y este es el insumo principal, que es un video promocional, un video que fue difundido en diversas plataformas. No sé cómo proyectar el video. Para atrás. ¿Qué hago? Ah, tiempo, ok. Bueno, lo que le vamos a mostrar este video,
Let me
que es
show
un
you
video
a
promocional
video
que pusimos en todas nuestras plataformas y además
used in our
tuvo
platforms
circulación en televisión. Justo
and on
el día de
television
la
as well.
final del Mundial
At the end of the
fue
World
transmitido en televisión. Y
we
eso
were
tuvo un impacto
broadcasting
muy
it on
grande.
television with great impact.
Muchas autoridades de gobierno se enteraron de
Government
este video, lo
authorities
comentaron en sus redes sociales
published it in
y
their
eso
own
generó
social
también
media,
una discusión muy interesante.
and this
Otros
gave way
materiales
to
de
important
campaña, no sé si
discussions.
los chicos ahí cargan el
Another
video, voy a
campaign
avanzar para
detail,
atrás para no perder el tiempo, para poder ir avanzando y que no se nos vaya nuestro... Ah, lo tienen ustedes. Bueno, les voy contando entonces. Materiales de campaña.
campaign
Además del
materials,
video, el soporte principal
the
donde
video,
nosotros teníamos, colgamos toda la información, fue una
and
landing, que es un
information,
sitio web
a website.
cuyo URL es
URL,
educaciontecnica.cl. Aquí ven el video.
Educación Técnica.
Me gustaría que hoy día hiciéramos algo diferente.
This is the
¿Cómo
video.
piensan que será
Let's
el
do
futuro?
things
Yo
differently.
sé que su generación quiere
I know
transformaciones,
your
cambios en la
generation
vida de las
wants
personas, de
transformation. You
nuestras
want to change
comunidades,
people's
de nuestros
lives,
territorios, ¿no?
communities.
Entonces,
So
sería
then,
bacán que la energía pudiera cambiar el paisaje.
well, we
Que
have
fuéramos
to
más
change the
sustentables y
landscape
sostenibles con todo lo que
for it
tenemos.
to be more sustainable.
O conectar a todo Chile, sin importar qué tan lejos estén.
All of Chile has to be connected
¿Usted
regardless of
cree
where
que
people live.
podamos llegar a eso?
Do you think we can do it? Yes.
Técnicamente,
Technically.
Con la educación técnico profesional,
Yes, we can.
el país que sueñas puede ser realidad para todas y todos.
Professional
Infórmate de la
technician
educación
is
técnico
a
profesional
possibility for
en
everyone.
educaciontecnica.cl.
Technical
Ministerio de
education,
Educación, Gobierno de Chile.
Education Ministry of the Chilean government.
Bueno, esa es el
That's the
video,
video.
como que se ponen los pelos de punta, es muy emocionante.
Yes, I get goosebumps
También muy importante que incorporamos
watching
lenguaje de
it.
señas
It's important for us to
el spot,
incorporate sign language.
y eso también es un elemento que
That's also an element we've
campañas
used in other campaigns.
todas las campañas que nosotros estamos desarrollando
In all our
el Ministerio de
campaigns
Gobierno de
at the
Chile,
Education
estamos
Ministry,
incorporando
we're
distintos programas de
incorporating
accesibilidad.
different
Entonces, bueno, volviendo a los materiales de campaña, les comentaba que
types
tenemos
of
una landing, un
access.
sitio web,
We have a
educaciontecnica.cl, donde
website
está el video, donde están los distintos
where you can
pilares.
find the
También esta es
video,
una campaña
and
articulada con
we also
educación
have a
media,
campaign
media técnico profesional.
with the
Es una
medium
campaña
tool,
ministerial.
technical
Nosotros tenemos
professional
información de educación
education,
general y educación
the
superior.
general education and higher
A
education.
la derecha pueden ver las gráficas
There you see the graph
de redes sociales.
of the social media.
Avanzar una lámina. Como ven, usamos
We're using
ocupamos mucho de que el uso de las imágenes de los
images, as you see,
personas que aparecen en nuestras
the people
campañas.
in our
En esta campaña en
campaigns,
particular sean personas
and
reales que
they
muestren la
are
diversidad,
real life people. They show diversity,
la perspectiva de género, la
gender
diversidad de
perspective,
personas tal como son y no modelos
such as they are. We're not using models.
Esas son
They are
las
not actors.
gráficas. Ahí como pueden ver
You see them
tiene una
here
leyenda, que es
with a caption.
que te llama a decir si técnicamente se puede.
This is a call.
Este es el
Yes,
Ministerio de Educación
you
en
can.
Santiago, al lado de la
Technically, you
moneda.
can.
Y
And you
pusimos un
see it
lienzo
right
gigante.
here, this gigantic banner,
Estaba en el tráfico,
very
o
close to the
iban a
main
ministerios,
square
podías ver
in
esta gigantografía
Santiago, the
con
capital
nuestros
city.
jóvenes. Y ahí les pusimos un
And
pantallazo de el
you
Twitter
see
del
here
gobierno de Chile,
Twitter
donde ellos
of
también
the Chilean government,
publicaron todos los mensajes
They amplify our messages in their own website.
Bueno, ahora vamos a los resultados.
Now, results.
Como saben, esta campaña se
This
implementó,
campaign was
se comenzó a
implemented
implementar a finales de
as
noviembre.
of the end of
Estos
November.
números son a finales de
Those
diciembre.
numbers
Un mes
are of the end of
aproximadamente
December,
de los resultados
about a month.
del alcance.
These are
Toda
COP
esta
results.
difusión, además de ser
All
orgánica
the
en las redes sociales,
dissemination is
en las plataformas,
organic in
también
social
tenemos un
media,
patrocinio. O sea,
but we have a
tenemos un
sponsorship,
presupuesto desde el
a
ministerio
precise
a que las
budget
empresas
from
puedan
the
distribuirla en
Education
distintos
Ministry.
tipos de canales y ahí podemos ver el
Have this in
alcance,
different
las
channels.
impresiones.
You see scope,
También pueden ver, por ejemplo, la cantidad de
impressions,
visualizaciones en YouTube del
and
video.
visits
Y superamos
of the
con
video.
creces los números
The
y tenemos
number quite
una
high,
circulación nacional y
more than we
también
thought.
hipersegmentada, es decir, en las regiones
And this
del
is
sur
hyper
de Chile
segmented. In
teníamos,
the
en el
southern
noroeste
part
de
of
Chile
Chile
teníamos
or in
las
the northern
regiones que
part,
tenían
we had
los molinos de viento.
the
Y
windmills.
así,
So we segmented the video depending on the region
hablándole un poco a
in
los
Chile.
territorios también. Y bueno, las
And
conclusiones de esta campaña, esta es una
conclusions
campaña que
of the
sigue en
campaign.
ejecución, que vienen pasos, viene una
There
continuidad, que ya voy a hablar de
is
la continuidad,
continuity,
pero las plataformas que más,
but the main
donde más se
platforms
concentró el impacto de la campaña son las Meta,
impact of the
Facebook, Google
campaign,
y TikTok.
Google and
Y
TikTok,
y podemos ver que los formatos y las
and
estrategias
the
que utilizamos,
formats of the strategies we used.
al hacer un mix de formatos y estrategias,
There's a
nos
mix of
permitió llegar a distintos
formats and
públicos.
strategies to reach different
Y
audiences.
lo más importante aquí es que
The most important thing
definitivamente las redes sociales,
is
o sea,
that
los
social
formatos
media,
digitales son
digital
donde más
formats
llegamos al público al que queríamos llegar.
are what we mainly used.
Y bueno, las próximas etapas, se nos va acabando el tiempo. Las
Next
próximas etapas que
stages,
vienen, como les comentábamos, viene un componente de social listening que no lo pudimos ejecutar en una
social
primera
listening
instancia. Nosotros estamos
component
articulando con el
as of
Ministerio
March
del
of this
Ministerio
year,
para hacer la escucha
working
social.
with the ministry team.
Tener
So
retroalimentación
we
también
want to get
del
feedback
público para poder ir haciendo
from the
ajustes a las
audience
campañas y a los
to
mensajes.
adjust the campaign and the messages.
También tenemos que continuar
We have
con
to
una campaña
continue
más orgánica, es decir, todo esto
with a
lo
more
teníamos
organic
cocinado,
campaign.
digital, ahora tenemos que
All
hacerlo
this
llegar
digital
más
sponsored
de
content
continuidad y de
has to have
contenido
more
con las autoridades
continuity,
institucionales, mucha prensa,
vis-a-vis
algunos medios
authorities, a lot of
comunicacionales
press
donde podamos
coverage
presentarle esta campaña a
where we
distintos
can
públicos
present the campaign
y,
at different public
también
levels
vincular y hacer llegar este contenido, este
and
material a
send
distintos actores
content
del
to
sistema, o
different
sea, los centros de
actors in
formación
the
estatales
system,
han valorado
state
mucho
technical
esta
officials
campaña, entonces también ahí tenemos
who highly
el
value this
desafío de poder
campaign.
articularnos con
This
ellos
is a challenge working with
y
them
también con los territorios. Nosotros,
and the
Chile,
territories as
como
well.
saben, es un
In
país
Chile,
largo y tiene
Chile is
regiones
a
y
very
cada
long
región
country
tiene
with
una
different
secretaría
regions.
regional ministerial.
Each one
A través de
has
esas
its
secretarías y
own
sus equipos de
ministry.
comunicaciones y sus
Through
autoridades, nosotros
that,
también hemos
we
ido amplificando, ellos nos han
have
apoyado en la
amplified
amplificación
our
de
work.
todos
They're
nuestros
helping
mensajes
us
de campaña.
to do
Por lo
that,
tanto, ahí
conveying
tenemos
our messages. So
un desafío y
we
también una
have a
oportunidad de
challenge and
llegar
an
a cada territorio
opportunity
y, como les
to
decía,
reach territories,
personalizando o hipersegmentando los mensajes de campaña.
customizing all the different
Y
main
bueno, y también
segments.
este año vamos a continuar con
This year we'll continue
la misma campaña y también
with the
vamos
same
a
campaign
poner un presupuesto para
with a
mantener el
budget
plan de medios.
to maintain the media plan.
Eso es todo.
That's all.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, nuestra campaña,
Our campaign
esta es la campaña de Colombia. La campaña,
in
como lo mencioné en la
Colombia
intervención anterior, es una campaña que tuvo
is
lanzamiento en noviembre del
was launched
2021.
November
Por lo tanto,
21.
digamos, los resultados son
The
de
results
más de un
are
año, resultados bien
of
significativos, pero acá les vamos
an
a
entire
contar un
year.
poquito lo que fue el
Let
proceso,
tell you about the process.
de lo que fue el proceso de esta campaña. Este es el equipo que me acompañó en
This
el
is the
ejercicio,
team
el equipo que trabajamos
working in the
en
campaign.
la concepción de lo que fue la campaña.
We
Nosotros tuvimos un
designed
ejercicio
the
bien interesante
campaign.
porque trabajamos no
This was
solamente
interesting
el área técnica, que es el área que yo
because we
represento, la
worked on the
dirección de fomento del
technical
Ministerio
area
de
that I
Educación, sino
represent
también
at the
nos
Ministry
acompañó
of
la Oficina
Education.
de
We also
Innovación, que
had
fue la
Innovation
oficina
Office
encargada de
in
pensarse todo
charge
el tema
of
estratégico de la campaña,
designing
la
the
Oficina de
strategy for the
Comunicaciones
campaign, the
y
communications
la
campaign,
persona que maneja todo el
and the person working in design went through this media and cooperation for the management part of the campaign. This is the target audience when we started the process. First, the country has different regions. We had to take that into account, urban, rural areas, not only youth studying, but their families as well. We did research projects. So when the young people decided what to study, they would have their parents counseling. So it was fundamental for us to include this exercise. The role of the family is very important in Colombia. Mission of the campaign, contributing towards valuation, social valuation on part of youth, men and women between 14 and 28 years age and their families, an alternative, their life project. As Carolina said, when we went to Canada, we referred to this campaign. We said technical, professional, technological training is a life project for youth, not a second option or the last option. It can be a first option. We shared that with our friends in Canada. That's what we found in my country. Part of the objectives, disseminate objectives of technical, technological, profession and needs, and the need to develop innovation to cover all Colombian territories, promote technical, technological profession as part of the labor needs in our market. The strategy had to do with a video. We had testimonial videos from real life, and we shared those videos. In a while, we are going to be sharing one of those with you. We did a disciplined exercise. We went to the different territories and higher education institutions to look at academic programs, but also those that had graduated from those programs and the productive sector, for us to look at all the sectors and thus have a message not only for students, but families, productive sector, and the academy. We also spoke about the taking of photographs in the pandemic. We used our strategic partners, higher education institutions. They worked with their students and also sent us photographs for the campaign. This is graphic lines that were used, the media, of course, and this is for the 1 year campaign. The web page, we have a microsite in Colombia Aprende, which means Colombia learns, and this is done through the media. We also have material we've shared in the launch we did in November 2021. The minister was there. Very important deployment with our partners in Chile, Mexico, Peru, and Canada. Everyone was connected. A very good transmission of the launch event. This is the image of our campaign. Be part of the TNT route. Well, cycling is very important and highly represents youth. We're known for cycling practices in Colombia, and riding a bicycle is for men and women throughout our country. Very popular. And we have Nairo Quintana, we have people who are cycling athletes. So this is something that's not male or female. This type of sport represents youth in general. And that's why we say your moment, your future is part of the logo of the campaign.
ejercicios de
messages
mensajes
of
de
the
campaña,
campaign.
lo primero pues fue fortalecer,
First of all,
estos son como algunos
strengthening
mensajes
skills
de los que tenemos en la campaña.
and
Aquí
capabilities
están, es fortalece tus habilidades y competencias estudiando un programa técnico profesional o
through
tecnológico.
a
La ruta TIC te ayuda a alcanzar
technical or
tus metas.
technological professional program
Por acá está,
to
¿estás
reach your
pensando en tu
goals.
futuro?
Are you
Elige un
thinking
programa
about your
técnico
future?
profesional o tecnológico y alcanza tus metas.
Going to a
La
technical,
ruta TIC
technological,
te brinda la
professional
oportunidad de elegir
program.
un programa técnico
You can
profesional o
pick
tecnológico
your
y
own
cumplir todas tus metas.
technological or
Que si
technical
ustedes se dan cuenta,
program.
todo el mensaje está
You
asociado
see,
también a lo
everything is
que se
related
alcanza en el tema
to
del deporte en el
what
ciclismo.
is being done through
Aquí pues ya también
riding
hay
a bicycle.
información de lo que tenemos. Entonces uno
And
mira, Colombia tiene una
these
oferta
are
de
the
692
messages.
programas técnicos profesionales y
Colombia offers you
2.486 programas tecnológicos de calidad. Y también era
692
importante contar
technical,
cuánta oferta
technological,
teníamos a nivel
professional
país y que
programs
esa oferta
and
es de calidad para atender las necesidades de los jóvenes
2,486
colombianos. Esta es nuestra
just
ejecución de campaña.
technological
Aquí tienen ustedes
programs of high
diferentes
quality. Here you have the execution of the
diferentes imágenes de
campaign,
lo que utilizamos en nuestras redes sociales
different images
con
in
cada una
social media.
digamos, de lo que hacemos nosotros. Entonces tenemos
This is what
hombres,
we do.
mujeres,
Men, women from different
de diferentes poblaciones del país y diferentes
populations or
identificaciones
towns
étnicas.
in the country.
Aquí creo que tenemos el video.
This is the video. Hello, I'm Shirley Mosquera, and this is the management program for tourism. I decided to go into this because there's a lot of work for it. I can get an employment, I get potential in skills. This is a high quality career, and there's a short period of time for me to finish this career. I will interact with many people, cultures, and cuisines. Yes, be part of this route. Your moment, your future.
Exacto. Eran como lo que nosotros
That's
llamamos
what we
nuestras pequeñas
called our
píldoras que máximo
small
son 45 segundos que las
45-minute
tenemos en
videos.
diferentes
They're
redes
very
sociales,
short. This is
en
for
donde los
social
jóvenes nos van
media
contando
where
cuáles son
people tell us
los
about the
beneficios de estudiar
benefits
estos
of
programas académicos
going
en
into
diferentes
this
regiones del
academic
país.
programs throughout the country.
También ustedes encuentran
Here
acá
you
que son
see
algunas publicaciones que hacen las
publications
instituciones de educación
of
superior.
higher
Otra de
education
las estrategias que
institutions
incluimos era
with
trabajar con nuestros
different
aliados estratégicos, que
strategies,
son las
working with
instituciones, y lo que
institutions, our
hicimos fue construir un
partners,
kit
and
de
this is an
imagen y
image
lo
kit
compartimos a
that
las
we shared
instituciones de
with the
tal forma que lo que
institutions.
hacen las
So
instituciones es
institutions
únicamente cambiar
change
el
the
logo
logo,
perdón,
they
agregar
add
el
the
logo de
logo of
su
their own
institución y
institution,
utilizan
and they use
nuestra
our
imagen. Como se dan
images
cuenta
here.
aquí tenemos una de las
For
instituciones que
instance, this is one
participan.
of the
Entonces lo que hacen
institutions
es
participating with us.
utilizar nuestra imagen
They
en su
use
tweet.
our
Aquí tenemos una que es, creo que apenas
image in their
tenemos
own
dos que están
tweet,
en el equipo de
and you
trabajo.
see
Es una de las
team here.
instituciones
This
que
is
se
one
ubica
of
en
the
Armenia,
institutions
donde
in
hace
Armenia
promoción de uno de sus
where
programas
they're
técnicos y
promoting
tecnológicos. Es
technical,
nuevo,
technological
el programa de tecnología en gestión de
progress,
turismo cultural y de naturaleza, y
tourism,
utilizan nuestra imagen, tu momento, tu futuro,
and
con el logo de la
ecological
TIC.
tourism.
Entonces
So
hicimos
this is
un
the
muy buen
type of
vínculo. Tenemos otra institución que también
images we
cita lo que
use.
hacemos
And here
nosotros,
you see
llevan nuestra imagen
we're
y ellas lo que
citing
hacen a
everything
través
we
del
do
kit que les
here through the
entregamos
kit we
es
give those
incluir su logo
institutions.
e
They put
incluir
their
la imagen y
logo,
fotografía que les
image,
falta.
and
Cada
photograph
una de
we
las
give them. Each
instituciones
one
tiene
of
un
the
manual de
institutions
imagen que
has
les
an
permite
age
conocer
manual
cómo diseñamos
allowing
nuestra
them to
campaña y cómo
say
pueden
how
hacer
we
uso
design
justamente de este
our
material
campaign and
para
how they
mantener
can
una
use this
línea a nivel
material
país
to do this
y
at
de
the
esta forma
country
estar
level.
todos
And
totalmente
thus,
vinculados en el sector de
for
la
all of
educación
us to
superior
be
para trabajar y
participating in the
promocionar
higher
la formación
education
técnica y
sector
tecnológica.
for technical, technological education.
Este fue el cronograma de la
This
campaña,
is
lo que
the
hicimos, que parte
chart
fue de lo que conversamos
on
esta
the
mañana.
campaign.
Entre febrero y marzo del 2021
February, March
definimos nuestro plan de acción, qué
2021
íbamos a
action
hacer.
plan.
Entre abril y mayo
April, May
hicimos el proceso de
2021
investigación y
research
diagnóstico
and
global del sector de la
diagnosis
técnica profesional y
for
tecnológica en Colombia para conocer
technical,
realmente cómo
technological
estaba estructurado
education
el
in
sector. Una
Colombia.
ventaja
To
grande
know
que tenemos
structure
es
of the
que el
system.
Ministerio de
A big
Educación en Colombia
advantage is
tiene
that the Ministry
unos
of
muy buenos
Education,
sistemas de información que nos
good
permite hacer un
information
análisis de datos
systems
bien
for
interesante y
us to
poder
do
tomar
data
decisiones
analysis
informadas,
and make
que fue otro
well-informed
fundamental para el desarrollo
decisions. Important
de nuestra
to
campaña.
develop our
En junio del
campaign.
2021 pues hicimos un
July
proceso técnico creativo de
2021,
construcción de nuestra
creative
campaña, pusimos a correr a nuestros
adjustment.
colaboradores de la asistencia
Our
técnica porque tenían
technical
una tarea mucho
assistants,
más larga, pero
collaborators
nosotros
started
teníamos una
participating,
prioridad realmente de poder sacar
had the
nuestra campaña
priority of
antes
launching
de
the
que se
campaign
diera
before
el cambio de
the
gobierno,
change
porque
of administrations
no podíamos
because
garantizar
we could not
o no hacer esta
guarantee
campaña.
continuity of the
En
campaign.
julio del 2021
After that,
hicimos unos ajustes, unas
November
definiciones.
2021,
Entre agosto y octubre hicimos la
definition
primera
adjustment,
producción de
August,
imágenes,
first image
de
production,
mensajes, de llevar toda la
message
información
action,
al sitio web que
taking
teníamos dispuesto
all the
para publicar.
information to
Y
the
en noviembre
website.
hicimos el lanzamiento
November,
de nuestra campaña.
also in
Hicimos
November,
pues
we
todo el proceso,
launched the
pequeños ajustes
campaign
finales y ya
with small
salimos pues al
final
aire desde noviembre del
adjustments.
2021.
And on the air
Luego se
as
venía
of
entre noviembre
November
y diciembre
2021, December
sostener la campaña con nuevas
2021,
imágenes y demás. Hacemos
launching
una
the
segunda producción
campaign,
entre enero y
new
marzo del
images,
2022 con la muy
March,
buena noticia,
February,
bueno,
and
todavía no ha
March.
sido aquí, entre
No,
abril y
not
julio
yet.
se
January and
priorizó
March
mensajes de gobierno, entonces ya no
2022,
salimos tanto
government
en medios,
messages,
se
not
reduce
so
un
much
poco la
in the
participación
media.
porque
We
pues bueno,
reduced
ya como esa
participation
línea que teníamos desde el
because
ministerio,
that's the
en,
ministry line we
agosto y
had
diciembre,
August, December,
en agosto se da el cambio de gobierno,
change of
hicimos el ejercicio de
administration.
presentar lo que
So
era la
we
campaña
presented the
y con
campaign
muy buena acogida.
and it was well
El gobierno que llegó,
received by the new
la administración que llegó al
administration
Ministerio de Educación le dio continuidad a nuestra
that
campaña, que
has
para nosotros
continued
realmente
our
era un reto bien
campaign. This
importante y
was
que
a very
logramos
important
alcanzarlo
challenge
y
for
que es bien
us,
significativo.
quite
Entonces,
significant
ya con
thing to happen
con esta
with
aprobación de poder
this
continuar
approval
entre enero y junio del
in
2023, es
January and
decir, en
June
este momento nosotros
2023.
estamos en un
This
proceso de
year,
articulación
we're going
del
to be
plan prospectivo que
articulating
pensamos construir de 3, 5 y 10
prospects
años de lo que es la formación técnica profesional y
for a
tecnológica.
10
También pues dos
or
tendencias
5-year
ya
period.
vinculadas a
Yes,
esta campaña.
this is going to
También de
be
lo que
part
sería
of
la
the
renovación
campaign.
de la imagen
Image
y obviamente tener una
renewal
producción
or renovation is
de nuevas
important
piezas
as well
y
with
nuevos
new
mensajes. Entonces, para
messages.
nosotros realmente
For
mantener la
us,
campaña después de un
maintaining
año
the
ha sido un
campaign
ejercicio bien
after one
importante, un
year's
reto
time has
grande,
been a
pero
big
también con
challenge and
metas
very important.
alcanzadas y
We've
es
reached
tener esta
certain
campaña
goals.
todavía
We still have the
funcionando
campaign.
y que
It
la
is still
sigamos,
going on
nos la sigan priorizando
and
en el
still
ministerio.
there as a
Muchísimas gracias
priority
a
in the
todos.
education ministry. Thank you.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi
Good
nombre es
morning.
Mildred Toledano Antunes, representando
I
a
am
México el
representing
día de hoy.
Mexico today,
Y vamos a hablar
and we
sobre
will
la
talk
campaña
about the
que realizamos
campaign,
y empezamos desde
and we'll start
2020.
all the way since
Adelante, por favor,
2020.
soy yo, perdón. Bueno, vamos a empezar la campaña de educación
The
técnica
Professional Technical Education
profesional
Campaign
y que tuvo que ver la educación de Secretaría de Educación
from the
Pública
Ministry
en
of
México.
Public Education in Mexico.
Bueno, voy a empezar con nuestro equipo.
I'll
Me
start with
parece
our
que es el
team.
equipo más grande de
I
nuestro
think it's
país
the
y
largest team,
se conforma de
and
cuatro
we have 4
unidades de la
units.
Secretaría de
The
Educación
ministry per
Pública,
se,
en el cual se trabajó
in which
educación media
we
superior,
work with
educación
middle high and
superior y la
higher
Dirección de
education
Comunicación Social. Les voy a comentar
and social
que somos
communication
casi 9
director's office.
millones de
We
estudiantes.
are
Esto
approximately 9 million
abarca
students
media superior
of these two
y
levels of education
educación.
in
En
Mexico.
esta fase,
So in this stage,
por medio de todas las encuestas que
with
hicimos
all
y todos los
the
estudios
different
que se
surveys and
realizaron, se
studies,
decidió que iba a participar la
we
Subsecretaría de
decided
Educación
to
Media Superior
involve
con
the
estos cuatro subsistemas que son los que
middle
están
higher
dedicados a
education
la educación técnica.
authorities and technical
Por parte de
education,
la educación superior es la Dirección General de
and
Universidades
we
Tecnológicas y
have the
Politécnicas,
director's
que se
office
conforma de dos
of
subsistemas,
polytechnic
que es el subsistema de
education with
universidades tecnológicas,
technological
que va con un corte
universities
técnico, es decir, que tenemos
with
los
technical
técnicos
aim,
universitarios
that is, we
superiores
have
y la continuidad para la
technicians
licenciatura o
and
ingeniería.
continuity
En este
for
caso,
a
particularmente
bachelor's
trabajaron en la
degree.
campaña las
And so
universidades
we had
tecnológicas
technological
por el
universities
corte
involved
y que
due
va
to
más
their
pegado
type
hacia el
of
match a los
education
coach en Canadá.
and
Tenemos las
more
universidades politécnicas
matching
que son
better
más de carácter
colleges in
social.
Canada. And we have
Son 62 universidades politécnicas
polytechnical
alrededor del
universities,
país y 122
and
universidades
122
tecnológicas,
of them
formando
at a
184
technological level, and
universidades.
we have more than
Y
100
pues el
universities.
promedio
The average
del rango de años que trabajamos en educación media
of
superior
time we work in
sería
this
de
area
15 a
is
18 años.
15 to 18.
Educación superior
Higher education
principalmente es de 18 a 26, pero
is from
tenemos
18 to
también
20.
estudiantes que son ya
But we
adultos, que
also
ya
have
estuvieron trabajando en alguna
school
empresa
have
y
already worked in a company, and they want to keep on studying. So for that, we have our technological and polytechnical university.
Y también nos dirigió Dirección de
And
Comunicación Social
also
porque son
social
los que
communication
finalmente aprueban toda la
director's
información
office,
que tiene que ver
because
con los
they have everything to
materiales
do
y
with
la
materials
difusión a
and
nivel nacional
dissemination at a national
en
level
México.
in Mexico.
Por segundo, nosotros vamos a empezar con el cronograma de la
This is a
campaña.
timeline of the
En seis
campaign
secciones.
with 6
Empezamos
sections.
en
We started
octubre del
October 2020
2020 a abril del
to April
2021. La
2021
investigación
with
y el
research and
diagnóstico.
diagnosis.
En esta parte se
In this
realizaron
stage,
reuniones
there were
virtuales.
virtual meetings,
Aquí vimos el
and
qué y el
we
cómo se iba a
saw
hacer
what and how we were gonna
esta campaña, donde
conduct
se
campaign
decidió que iba a participar
uh,
media
with
superior y superior,
with
qué
high
puntos
school and
contábamos,
higher
quiénes
education
nos iban a
involved, who were
apoyar
going
en
to be
esta
supporting
campaña.
us.
Y en este caso, como les
And
comentaba, son dos
as I
grandes
mentioned, we
subsistemas.
have two
En media
subsystems.
superior, que fueron
That's
las
high
cuatro
school with
unidades,
4 units,
y ellos estuvieron
and they
realizando
were
encuestas también, al igual
conducting
que superior,
surveys as higher
durante toda
education
este tiempo.
during
Ya
this time.
en junio del
In June
2021,
2021
agosto del
to
2022,
August
voy a
2022,
juntar estas dos, que fue
write
la
down
segmentación del
these.
mercado,
We saw the
identificación de los
segmentation
clientes
of the market
potenciales, recopilación y análisis de datos,
and
diseño del
analysis
perfil
of data
del público meta.
of the
Entonces,
target
ya realizada una
audience.
vez esta encuesta a nivel medio superior y superior,
At high
vimos
school
los
and
resultados
higher
y nos
education,
dimos cuenta que aquí iban a ser tres, pues nuestros
and
principales
we
objetivos de
will have
clientes.
3 main target
Más o
clients.
menos estuvimos
We
trabajando de 2
were
a 3
working from
meses
2 to 3
realizando
months
entrevistas tanto a
interviews
padres de familia, a
with
estudiantes
parents
y a
and
nuestro
students
sector
and the
productivo.
productive
Y el
sector.
resultado fue en
And
septiembre
result
que
was
dimos la
on
presentación de
September
los
that we
perfiles, el cual se
presented
lo vamos a presentar
profiles.
más adelante. Y en enero
And
y
January,
junio del 2022 fue nuestro
June
gran reto,
2022,
ya
we had a
que
great
nosotros
challenge because
habíamos
we know,
trabajado sobre
well, we had worked, sorry, at the
algunos
time
resultados,
with
llegó
some
cambio de
results.
gobierno,
We had a change of
y entonces
administration,
ahí tuvimos esta parte de volver
and
como
there
a
we had to
rediseñar
redesign
esta
the
campaña.
campaign.
Y para julio,
And
septiembre
June
del 2022,
22,
finalmente logramos la
we were able to
implementación
implement
de nuestra
our
campaña y
campaign
tanto media
for
superior
for high
como
school,
nosotros nos dimos a
and
la tarea
we
de
as well
principalmente pedir el apoyo a
decided
todas las
to
instituciones. Por ejemplo, media
start
superior tenía
working
más
with
de
different
200
institutions.
instituciones a las que habría que
Higher
pedirles
education had more than
esta
200
información
institutions, and we had
y
to gather
esta
information.
ayuda y apoyo. El público objetivo de media
The
superior era
target audience
principalmente madre de
of high
familia,
school was
quienes apoyan al
mothers,
estudiante y
mothers
que finalmente son los que
the,
toman la
who
decisión
support students
de cómo y dónde
more
va a
and
estudiar.
decide which school he
Principalmente
or
por
she
la
is going to
cuestión
attend,
de la
and
economía.
mainly because of
El
economic
público objetivo
reasons.
superior es el estudiante,
And
que
also we have
en
at
este
the
caso
school
escogimos una
level
mujer de 19 a 26
at
años de edad,
a woman
que es independiente
1926.
económico, ya la mayoría no depende de
Most
sus
of them
padres,
are not,
ya está activo
they don't
laboralmente
depend
y su objetivo es
on
concluir
their
una carrera universitaria
parents
y buscar oportunidades en el
and try to
extranjero.
find
Las redes sociales que más ocupan es Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Facebook,
Twitter,
Instagram, Twitter,
WhatsApp
WhatsApp,
y LinkedIn.
and so forth.
Y nuestro tercer
And
público
the third
objetivo, y
target
es el que de
audience
todos los estudiantes vamos, es quién nos va a contratar, ¿verdad?
is who
Sector productivo,
is hire
quien busca
us, the
habilidades
productive
blandas,
sector,
desarrollar estas habilidades blandas, el género indistinto, también apoyan
gender
la educación
indistinct. They
técnica
also
y
support
el
technical
87% de
education,
la
and
contratación de egresados es satisfactoria.
87% is satisfactory in terms of
Vamos a hablar de la
um,
estrategia, me parece que por ahí me va a
employ
apoyar mi
with
compañero,
the
no sé si
strategy.
mi compañero Sergio
I have
Zelaya
Sergio
de la
Zelaya
Universidad Tecnológica de
from
Hermosillo que me va
Universidad
a apoyar
Tecnológica
cómo se
de
realizó
Hermosillo
esta
is going
estrategia
to
de
help me
campaña.
with respect to the
Buenos días
campaign.
a todos. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear
Muy
me.
bien.
The strategy was based on three main notions. One was to prove to the young that this type of education was practical, means that it was learning hands-on, not only with lecture. And then also we were leadership, that is for students to be sure that that studies or education was going to give them the necessary tools, and with a triple a helix with the future, to give them a vision so that they knew they could be sure that they could be successful in whatever they were doing. The next one, please. How was this developed? Well, as mentioned before, we had surveys with three main audiences, and what we were aiming at was to generate specific messages for each one of them. You cannot address a young student as you will speak to a higher education student or parents. So they are in very particular and different decision moments, and the parent makes the decision 100% on what school the younger student is going to attend. But in terms of higher education, the student is already more in charge of the decision. They are already more grown-ups. And based on that, we chose the different media to be used for the different messages. And they were chosen based on what we call the digital nativity, or this possibility of managing the tools. In August 2022, the campaign was launched in order to try to reach 250 printouts, and with the participation of companies and the family as well. That is to permeate this notion of technical education and technological education across the different groups, to offer a source of agents of change and well-educated students. And TT education is an option that allows the student to learn from the real world and be closer to the labor market. Here we can see the campaign execution ideas. Please, the slide. Okay. What we are seeing here are the executions of the different campaigns and the art pieces. We can see how success cases were publicized in order to convey the message that also teachers were highly qualified to provide high quality education, and also success stories, that is drone operation, for example, to show them that this is state of the art, and the different hashtags in order to position messages, the jóvenes competitivos and excelencia educativa. Now, for higher education, we also aimed at the family of careers, for technical and technological careers. And the success stories of graduates of our system with their own companies, and they are already working with clients worldwide. And so that's TT education, that they will be able to have a good income, and also generating employment to wrap with results. Please, I send you back to the room. Thank you, Sergio. As Sergio was mentioning, execution campaigns were prepared using Facebook, Twitter. Those were the main two channels, and underscoring the relevance of high school education and higher education and technical education. We have a video. I am Adolfo Aspeite. I'm a graduate for Universidad Tecnológica from Systems Engineering. During my studies in Guerrero University, I received necessary technological knowledge, and I had an opportunity to participate via a scholarship to France in 2009, 2010. I work at the Guerrero higher education system, and my university offers great technological, educational, and technical levels so that students can attend with scholarships, incentives, and great teachers. So be part of technical and technological studies at the system of technological universities by choosing one of the many careers so that you can have a better future. I'm a friend. I am also UT. And who are you?
Y por último, los
And
resultados de
results
la campaña
of the campaign
a nivel superior, permíteme un tantito, a ver si puedo regresarlo. Bueno, perdón, a nivel media superior, estos son
at
las universidades
high
que
school
tuvieron
education
participación.
level,
Se realizaron
there
78
were 78
publicaciones. Aquí
publications.
tenemos el número de
We
alcance,
got to see
interacciones,
the
Twitter,
interactions,
y hubo algunas
and there were
ciudades
some
que no
units
tenían
that
algunos de las redes
did
sociales
not have
como
media
Facebook,
like
entonces
Facebook,
ellos lo
so
hicieron por
they
medio
did
de
it
WhatsApp.
using WhatsApp.
Y al final,
And
para la parte de dirección de general de universidades
for the General
tecnológicas y
Director's Office
politécnicas,
of
se
Technological and Polytechnic
realizó
Universities,
también por medio de
we use
Facebook,
Facebook,
Twitter, de
Twitter.
las 122
Of the
universidades que tenemos,
120
60% de
universities,
universidades
60%
estuvieron apoyando
were safe,
esta campaña y vimos
and
el alcance de
we reached more than 2 million
2.44126 reproducciones y
reproductions.
aquí nuestro gran logro es que
The great
necesitábamos 250
achievement is that we needed
reproducciones para alcanzar
250.
el objetivo
Um,
alcance y al
that was
final
the goal,
fue eso.
and so we
Entonces,
exceeded the
muchas
goal by
gracias.
far. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Soy última. Muchas gracias por tu paciencia.
Thank you. I'm the last one. Thank you for your patience.
Bueno, en el nombre del equipo Perú,
On behalf of the Peruvian team, I am honored to share with you the campaign that is almost ready to launch. I want to thank the team who could fortunately not be here, Juan and the rest of the team. And well, I didn't have much time to prepare. I will do my best effort.
Ya. Aquí pueden ver el
Here you can see our target audience of the campaign in Peru. The target age is 13 years old. This is a good practice implemented only by the Peru equipe, but all the rest, and that is to develop a persona. And this is a good practice because it helps designers and developers to imagine and to visualize the target audience. The first one is, it doesn't have a name. Well, Ana Núñez. That's Ana Núñez. We also have Roxana Jimenez. That's number 2. Is another target audience. And this is an example of a persona. And we also have a second. It's difficult to read it, but we have the subheads to see the different information useful for the team to think about the target audience.
Creo que hay un problema con el fonts
The key message is that education improves your future. The team from Peru delivered a survey that was very successful. 1,500 uh, answers. It says 3,500 on the screen, and in order to determine the message to move forward. Number one were concepts like TikTok, using TikTok. It's the time for technology. Another one is the did your future make a difference? The strategic concept of the campaign is that with this technical and technological education, you can build better future. And if you want, then you can have a necessary acknowledgement and have recognition of your studies and a better future. Key characteristics in blue, it says institutional articulation. As part of the strategy, we will use our institutions as allies for the dissemination of the messages. Something that is very important is a communication kit for the institutions and CELPRO in order for them to have like a template in order to invite to enrollment exams. You cannot see here, we have some examples of one, the best practices that they implemented in Peru. Examples of messages and images supporting the text and the focus. And we would like to have some discussion and listen to your questions, Q&A. And here you can see designs developed by the team, improve your future. We need more technical professionals. You can make a difference. Study at CEPROS and institutes and be part of the technological revolution. And the graphic route with different colors. Now thinking about gender, they decided to have these balances of these two colors. And I can also tell that it has further design on the graphs. Now, the expected scope, as mentioned by the other teams, the target was 250,000. And you can see
Perfecto, gracias. Mira.
and what does I mean? Well, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your patience. And now I'll give the floor to Iliana. And well, bring your hands together to all the presentations of all the teams. Thank you. Very interesting to see the diversity. And congratulations to all the teams. We don't have much time. We have like 5 minutes. And I will suggest that then we'll work with the team, with the panels to see the conclusions of Friday. But we have 5 minutes. We can have 2 or 3 participations or recommendations or insight thinking about sustainability and recommendations for the future for countries or institutions. Or if not, I will encourage you to write down whatever you would like to say. You can use paper as well. You can give them to me. We can have them. And for the team on Thursday, for conclusions, we can incorporate them. So if you want to take the floor or if you want to write them down, that's okay.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I think that promoting technical productive education is key for the development of our people. I think that the focus of many campaigns has been this. I know that these type of promotions perhaps hasn't reached all different spaces. I come from a region uh, close to the Peruvian capital, and we're working in the region in order to promote technical productive education as a means of development for people, for families, and for society. I think that these campaigns can keep up with the effort in order to decentralize among the things, because it's very important not only to promote but to improve their quality, because if they are good quality in terms of supply, then there will be better labor insertion. Public institutions uh, can have access because the state has to be committed as compared to private institutions that have more resources, and that is to promote the offering of services and qualifications of the faculty members so that students can choose this type of education. Thank you. Comments from the panelists? No? I have a question. I'm Benjamin Ramos from Zoom, from Chile. I was uh, listening to the presentation, and I have a couple of comments. Those of us who offer technical education, we have two challenges. One is to differentiate from university or higher education and differentiate ourselves from other institutions that offer technical education. That's a double challenge. And we have reflected, and we believe that it's important to recognize and identify what's our value proposal. And the value proposal aren't always clear or at inside. I mean, sometimes you have to dig deeper and to see what is it that the student believes is relevant. And if we don't have these differentiating factors, then we will lose the possibility of having these potential students. And in order to reach that value proposition, then us who are the leaders of these schools, we need to believe in technical education. And sometimes directors, the children of their own, of others, go to technical education, but then I'm going to send my kids to university when I am able of telling my kid to enroll in a technical university. I did it. My second child, I gave her the possibility of technical career. She decided something else, but I took the time to give her that option, and I believe that I believed in what I was doing, because if I was to put this on the table for my children, for my child, for my brother, and he works in mother works in one of the largest mines in Chubicamata, in an underground mine, and he makes good money, and he has a 14 days off every month, and he was uh, very happy to pursue what I was recommending, and it is like an option, like alternative, one of the main options for all the younger students. And think about it. It's not only the children of other people, but our own children. Thank you. a short comment?
Empecemos ahí y después
Gracias.
Thank you, Mexico.
Para contribuir un poquito al
In
comentario
order to
anterior,
contribute to the previous comment,
creo
I
que
think
sería
it would
muy
be
bueno,
very good,
tal vez no
maybe not a communication technology, but rather the description level after students um, um, are interested in this type of careers, then let them know what are these programs all about, because sometimes they use technical and technological education as synonyms, and even though they are linked, they are related to each other, they are different. As what was said before, sometimes in order to promote, to disseminate what this education is about and the impact that it can have on society, we can describe and set the difference between technical and technological. In Mexico, we realize now that we are working on our qualifications framework that for the middle high or high school education, I don't know, the level, we have graduating level, and we didn't know what was the equivalent. We have professional technical student and then professional technical, and only the order of the words change. And when students ask what's the difference between technical professional, professional technical, technical, or assistant, or technical assistant, or we realize that there are like 25 different names to talk about technical education. So now that we are working on the national framework, we decided to determine the different levels of education as higher education. In higher education, we have diploma programs, masters and bachelors, and we will have now big education and with necessary social acknowledgement, then technical careers and technological careers, and technological to develop basic technology, because we know that higher education, that is where technology develops. So maybe it'd be helpful position technical and technological education to be able to describe in the corresponding campaigns, in brochures or descriptions, the impact and characteristics. Thank you. Well, we don't have time. We don't have time. It's just a very, very short comment. I am Sarai, Sarai from Conai. I participate in the project. I think that the importance of who's going to be the target audience is very important. And we have to take time to decide that, because we address young people, business people, parents as well. People who do not have this idea of this type of education is. So we need to conduct this analysis, the target audiences, and to understand how we're going to be addressing each one of them. Because parents sometimes they don't know what this is all about, so we have to work on communicating what the technical education is and the benefits. I think it's very important to work on this preliminary analysis in order to work with the corresponding campaigns. One recommendation is that it would be good to link ministries of labor in these campaigns, because one of the greatest attractions of this type of education is, of course, the employment offer that sometimes is broader than the educational. So that's what I wanted to say. Well, with this, we are wrapping up the session. Those of you who would like to share with us the notes, because on Thursday afternoon, we're going to be sharing. We can keep up with the conversation during lunch. We can just sit with the people we would like to talk to on campaigns. I know that we didn't have much time, but well, bon appetit, have a wonderful time, and thank you to those who presented.
Igualita soy, ¿no? Seguro. Bueno, como decía,
As I was saying,
la plenaria de esta tarde
today's
sumamente
plenary,
importante
it's
porque
extremely
vamos a hablar de
important
la
because we're
calidad
going to
del
be talking
ejemplo.
about the quality.
Estarán de acuerdo conmigo
You will
esto
agree,
es
we're talking about
central en
the
este
quality
proyecto.
of
Todos trabajamos
the
para
work we do.
mejorar la
We
calidad
all work to
del
improve
FQT para que
the
nuestros
quality of
jóvenes
TVET so that our youth will be
se
finding
encuentren con las
the
capacidades,
necessary
capacidad,
skills,
competencias
capabilities,
para
competences
poder
to
ingresar al mercado laboral
go into the labor market
y tener la
and
vida que
to
quieren
have the
y
life they
cumplir
want
con
to
sus
have
sueños.
and to make their dreams come true.
Para este eje
For
han
this axis,
trabajado muchos
we've
proyectos,
had many
todos los
projects,
proyectos,
all of
pero
them.
quizás
I
de
mean,
manera
but
muy
perhaps
concreta
in a very
los
concrete
proyectos
manner,
del componente B.
the
En
B
el
component
componente
projects.
del
In
B01
B
al
component,
B07
B01 to
han trabajado
B07,
con cada uno
we've
de
had
los
teams
institutos
working in
para
each one of the
desarrollar
institutes to
esas
develop
nuevas
these
formaciones
new
o
trainings
revisar, digamos, otras
and to review
formaciones también.
other
Entonces,
trainings
los
as well.
7
So
proyectos del B
the 7 projects
han
of B,
trabajado este aspecto. Los
they've all
7
been working
proyectos
on this,
del B han
and
también
they've also worked
colaborado de
and
manera muy
collaborated
estrecha
in a
con las
very
empresas del
close
medio
manner with the companies of
para
this type of
trabajar la
industry
adecuación
to
entre educación y empleo.
work
Los 7
for the
proyectos
connection
B
between
pudieron
training and
contribuir
employment.
hasta
So
$100,000
were $100,000 were invested for each project in the equipment of each project so that they would have the hands-on courses and workshops. The same projects have had teachers and education advisors of Canada working hand in hand with teachers and advisors of the institute so that they together would be able to build the new projects. That way, excellent results were received or were had in all the institutions. So the success is not strictly based on the curricular design, as well said by Pedro in the previous video. Students, since they're human, of course, they have their own stories and their own problems or realities that they had to remember in their lives as students. That's why it is essential for institutions to offer student services adapted to reality of today's youth. So those professional resources and with this work that's been done with the projects from B9 to B12, they've been working on student services to schooling success services and services related to integration in the labor market. All this was done in consultation with partners to decide which were the prioritary services each consortium should be working on. So then, before presenting the panels, let me go on with the same line from the beginning, and let us present another video on the quality of and the quality of TVET. But before that, let me pay tribute to one of the participants of that video and also the B3 project, Engineer Gustavo Guillón Ayala, who sadly is resting in the Lord's peace. And I wanted to invite the apprentice Angélica Castañeda, who worked with him and had the opportunity of knowing and learning from his quality of work. She will now say a few words commemorating him. Thank you. Please. Señor Guillón, sadly, he passed away a week ago. Just a few days ago, he passed. Good afternoon. I hope you're all fine. Thank you for giving me this space. Well, the main thing is to thank. I was a SENA apprentice. I believe that this is what I can say, and this is really deep in my heart. Gratefulness to Engineer Gustavo. Throughout his career, he showed that it is possible to be a professional with unquestionable values, and it's possible to lead, plan, and execute with a vision. He was always a man who believed in his work, and he gave everything of himself if, to his work like no one else I have ever met in my 20 years. He contributed so much to SENA. He contributed so much to all of us, the apprentices. He left a legacy. This is a person who was in the mining center as coordinator and as instructor as well for over 35 years. And there were certain spaces for the training process that are so important and representative in the mining center ABC. This is a space where people go and study the machinery, the tooling, and he contributed to the creation of that very big space, a very big project, a lot of work, so much works, really something very impressive. And for many years, he fought for a project on safeguarding mining lives, the lives of miners, because it talks about carbon as silent enemy of mining. Well, this is a substance, a mineral, and he knew he incorporated this project, and he worked so much for that problem to be recognized. Last year, he sent this project for a national context. I was the speaker, one of the speakers, and we went through the international stage of the project. So I think that even though he's not with us anymore physically, he left a very important legacy, which it means saving lives. So that's something that never we shall forget. And one has to keep this, to be grateful, to take the best things he taught us. He made us very happy. We were just the apprentice, and he was really teaching us. He was always open to teach us. No excuses. He said, there are never excuses to be better, not to be wanting to be better. Every day is a new opportunity. This is what I keep about him in my life. A person with so many high values. He would never break down before anything. He would never give up. A very important person for the mining center, for us, the apprentices, and this is his legacy. He will never die. He will never die. This is his legacy, and thank you very much. Engineer Gustavo. He would be very proud, very happy to see that we can be here as members, SENA, and he was just so happy with SICAN because they worked hand in hand and they did very important things for us. in the mining center. Thank you so much.
Sin más. Pueden pasar la video.
Video, please. The gentleman here will be the first one to speak. The important thing we've done is taking our program at the international level, comparable to Canada. Yes, there are so many people. And the competence standards that we used, and this is for each one of the standards of the program. And at SICAN, well, they have enriched the program because they participated in many of the decisions on competences and many of the other things that were so important. Companies have had so much to do in the structuring of the programs themselves, especially in competences and labor standards. Expert technicians of the different companies have something to say on this. So that's where everything comes from. And whatever comes here, we're getting things with such a good level of information. There were key aspects, and we incorporated technology. And the agreement helped us with getting software and training. Each one of us in our own fields, we put into practice that innovation and the new vision. I think the software implementation in terms of the mining sector, this is an excellent tool to complement the learnings of the apprentice. I am a student and I have had the opportunity of participating using the software, and this is wonderful. I can tell you this is one of the most important tools to go into the labor market, the best labor market where you have those skills. Believe me that your labor life and your results as a professional improve so much. Yes, the virtue is that it gives us technical tools, and not so much the economic part, but the technology, the tools so that we can really look into technical issues in our country. And this is very good for us to be able to have this and to do it at the right place. One of the main accomplishments, well, not just one, many of them. And we have, I think this was an important progress being made. And the project has three major products. The first one, preparedness, redesign of the mining plants, as well as the preparation of a program. Yes, and this is working with our partners, and this is, of course, very important. And we have been doing this because in this project, we can see that we have the modules we are working with, and this has to do with contributions so that students, so that people could really do what we were doing in our own work. This was a very good improvement. Yes, the training sessions have allowed all of us to understand strategies and so many other things we needed to understand. Yes. The second product had to do with buying equipment. It was necessary to do this because we knew we would be generating gaps with the new design. We were able to finance leading edge technology and state of the art technology, and we were able to improve the program. We are the first generation of the Canadian program where we were able to get equipment. We have received new maquettes and models. This is very important because for people like myself, I have no relationship with the mining engineering, and this is really helping us to trust and to work later on in mining for us to be able to do the best work possible. The third product had to do with a better relationship with industry. And in this sense, this has been quite interesting because if though we don't have a tangible material result, the work with our Canadian friends is really helping us to look at things and do away with paradigms and to really relate to the way in which education institutions are working with the productive sector in Chile. We've had two different programs. We have signed agreements with metallurgy and 12 pieces of equipment, maintenance, having machinery in the metallurgical industry. And this is very important for us to be able to accomplish this. Thanks to this agreement, we're now training our students, and this is increasingly better training. In terms of the practical, the hands-on training, before we didn't have the equipment for that. There's a major change, big changes, and my colleagues and the students really identify themselves. They're highly motivated. Well, in the pandemic, it was more theoretical, but now it's hands on. It's more of a practical type of workshop, and this is great. We're learning a lot more now. Years ago, it was just a mere coincidence, and we had a student who could do hands on, but right now, 10 or 15 students can do practical exercises simultaneously. And we see how they are growing, how they're participating in the productive sector. Before the agreement, we didn't have so many students in the labor market. But now that they are doing hands-on and very practical sessions, the number of their going to the labor market is increasing, definitely. And this has to do, we love working with our students because they graduate with a different vision, with more labor knowledge. We have the necessary equipment for that. My dream is to finish my 3 years here, and I'm doing my second year and then go immediately into working. I want to be in the labor market as soon as possible. I want my parents to be proud of me because they've always been supporting me so much, and I want them to feel proud. Well, joint work with the CCAN team and our Canadian consortium. This work has allowed us to expand our vision and the labor that our students can do in different projects. I see a before and after this collaboration, at least for CONALEP here in energy alternative sources. Yes, and this is very important. This is what we're doing. We have teamwork. We are working all together, and this is very important for students to realize this can be done. Technically, practically, I am learning so much of you or from you. Yes, this is exponential changes we are seeing. This is in practice, hands-on, more students, more knowledge, more of everything. We had the fortune of going to Canada and we visited institutions. They showed us their labs. They showed us the way they work with the young people. It is truly a wonderful experience. And collaboration teachers have with the Canadian universities and colleges constitute a great improvement, and students here are finding this a very dynamic program. We want to be able to share necessary knowledge with our students so that they can be inserted in industries through new energy sources. The biodiesel plant, this is something we are working on, and this is going to be very important so that our students can say we have value added. Yes, obviously practices are very important. At the university, we're learning to do things and then we go into our own jobs. I am so happy when we are able to see that one of our students finishes his studies, and then in the future we find them, they say hi to us, and we know they're working exactly in what they went to school for. Well, being able to be close to them and work hand in hand with you in Canada means we are making so much progress. I think that as of today and here on, we're going to be better trained, and there's a real possibility of improving our quality of life based on everything we are learning here. In life, you can do everything, really. You really have to give it all you've got. And if we can do it, yes, we have to go get it. Yes, go for it. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Now, the first panel. Would you come to the head table, please? Why are you there? Please. Yes. The first panel will talk about the new paradigm for curricular development. With us today, Mr. Pedagogical Advisor from Canada, Simon Morez, International Project, Norma Elizabeth Garcia, CONALEP Coordinator, Carla Ivonne Garcia, Head of the Central CONALEP Project, and Mrs. Annie Laflamme. Please, could you come to the head table? And you have the floor. Thank you. Do you have the device to change the presentations? Yes, thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your participation. I am so glad to be presenting this technical assistance and partners of the Technological University of Laguna Durango and 146 CONALEP institution. And well, we, the Canadian Consortium, we have participated, all the partners, we've been partners with them for many years. Technical assistance, the purpose of this were three expected products: strengthening the different programs and renewable energies. So we supported them with renewable energies and the program that was mentioned by Carlos in the video, alternate energy sources. The second expected product, as Emily was mentioning, was the purchasing process for the buying of equipment. And in terms of competences, we are talking about favoring practices of students to ensure that they have the necessary equipment to develop their knowledge and to know exactly how to do things. And we've been working with the services for companies. As you have been able to see in the video, we've been working in a biodiesel plant using used oil, and this is what we've been doing there. Now, today, we wanted to concentrate our reflection on competence approaches. This has to do so much with future programs, and this has to do with the end result of the program itself. So we have representatives of CONALEP, the curricular design team. We've been working with them in the educational programs, and this has to do with the creation of a technical theory specialization for students of institution 143. This has to do with alternate energy sources, and we are looking into the production of manure, and this is a bovine, livestock, and cattle region. So we're using manure for that, for bioenergies, and to make sure we're favoring a circular economy. So we are looking at the transversal aspect for environmental development. Let me now give the floor to my colleagues, yes, that have been working on curricular design. Please. Yes, thank you very much. Before we begin,
I would like to thank SICAN and Colleges Canada for this collaboration. It is very important for us what we did with them. It seems like she was looking for the presentation.
Ok, bueno, bajo esta colaboración, lo que se
In this
trabaja es
collaboration,
un trayecto
we
técnico.
worked in a
Este
technical
trayecto
path. But
técnico
what do we mean when we talk
desarrollados
about
del
technical
CONALEP.
path
Lo
at
que ustedes ven
CONALEP?
aquí en la
What you are
pantalla
seeing on
es
screen
el mapa curricular de nuestra
is the
carrera de
curricular
informáticas
map
internas de
of our
energía. Como pueden observar, la parte que
alternative
tenemos
sources of energy
con
program.
naranjita color salmón es
That
parte
orange
de la estructura
portion
curricular
is part of the
hecha por
curriculum
todos nuestros alumnos,
of all our students,
independientemente de la carrera en la que
regardless
estén
the career
inscritos.
in which they are
La parte de
enrolled.
abajo de verde
The lower green
corresponde a la
portion
formación
has to
profesional.
do with
Esta va a
professional
cambiar de
education that
acuerdo
is
con
going
la
to
carrera.
change according to the
Hasta
career.
abajo, en los últimos
And in
renglones,
the lower
vemos un
portion,
verde un
we
poquito
see
con un
green.
tono más fuerte. A esa parte
And that
nosotros le
portion
denominamos
is what
trayecto
we call
técnico.
technical
Estos
path.
trayectos técnicos
These
se
technical
cursan
paths
de cuarto
are
a
taken
sexto
from
semestre. Y
fourth to
esta
seventh
parte es muy importante
semester,
para
and it's
CONALEP
very important
porque
for
nos
CONALEP
permite atender
because
las
with that
necesidades del
we
sector
can
productivo. Como
service the
tenemos la mayor parte
demands
en
of the
verde,
productive
es
service
igual para
sector.
todos los
In green
alumnos, por
is the
ejemplo,
same
de esta carrera de
for this
fuentes
type
alternas de
of
energía. Sin embargo,
alternative sources
los
of energy
trayectos
students.
técnicos, como les
However, technical
comentaba,
paths, as
nos
mentioned before,
permiten atender
allow us to
necesidades
meet
específicas de la
specific
región.
needs of
Entonces
the
podemos tener
particular region.
alumnos que
Therefore,
cursan
we can have
esta misma carrera con
students
un
in the
diferente
same
trayecto
career
técnico.
with a different
Esto
technical
al
path.
final
At the end of the
hace que
day,
nuestro
this
currículum
allows
sea
our
flexible
curriculum to be more
porque
flexible
a lo mejor para actualizar toda la formación profesional es muy
because maybe to
complicado, pero
update
sí podemos
professional
diseñar más
training could
rápido
be
un
more
trayecto
complicated.
técnico.
However, we
En esta
can develop
colaboración
a
se
technical
trabajó
path
el
faster.
trayecto técnico que ustedes
We
ven en
work
el
with the technical
recuadro
path
rojo,
that
que
you
se
see
llama
on the
instalación,
red
operación y
portion, that is
mantenimiento
installation,
de sistemas
repair and
de
maintenance
bioenergía.
of
Como les
bioenergy
comentaba,
systems. As I
hay de
mentioned before,
4
it goes
a
from
sexto
fourth
semestre
semester to
y
seventh
cada uno
semester, and
de
each
los semestres tiene una
semester
duración de 90 horas.
longs
En total, por
or
trayecto
takes
técnico,
90
estaríamos hablando
hours.
que tenemos
And
una
in the
especialidad
technical
de
path, we have a
270
specialty
horas.
of 270
¿Podrían
hours.
apoyar con la siguiente, por favor?
Next, please.
Ok, este es
Now,
el
this
desglose de este trayecto técnico, como
is
les
part of the
comentaba el
technical
nombre.
path.
En cuarto semestre, el módulo o la materia
And
que
in
nosotros
fourth
le
semester,
llamamos
the
aplicable
module
se
or the
denomina
subject
aplicación de
is called
métodos de tratamiento de
application of
biomasas.
methods for biomass
Quinto,
treatment.
instalación
Number
de
of the
sistemas de
fifth, installation
bioenergía.
of
Y
bioenergy
por último,
systems.
sexto
And
semestre,
on
operación y
sixth semester,
mantenimiento
operation
de
and maintenance
sistemas
of
de
bioenergy
bioenergía. Cada
systems.
uno tiene sus particularidades
Each of
y
them
ahorita mi
has
compañera Carla
particular
les va a
characteristics,
platicar
and
sobre cómo fue el
Carla, sorry,
procedimiento
will talk
para
about the
trabajar este
process
trayecto
to
técnico.
work
Muchísimas
with
gracias.
this technical path.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bueno,
Good
pues les
afternoon.
voy a contar cómo fue el
I
proceso del diseño
want
y
to
la operación del
share
trayecto
with you how
técnico.
was the design
Bueno, este trayecto se
and
realizó,
operation of the
se
technical path.
comenzó
We
su
started
diseño
working
en el
and
mes de enero del
designing on
2019.
January
Bueno, gracias a
2019.
el
And that
apoyo
was
de un
thanks to
grupo
the support
multidisciplinario
of
que se
a
conformó,
multidisciplinary
constituido
team
por pues, los expertos en la
with
materia de los
experts
colegios
in
de
the
Canadá,
field from the Canada
docentes del
colleges
CRC, el
and
Centro
professors from
Mexicano-Francés,
the Mexican
pedagogos de
French
la
Center
Dirección
and
Externacurricular
the
de CONALEP
pedagogy
y
experts
autoridades
at CONALEP
educativas
and
estatales y
education
federales.
authorities at
Y
state
bueno,
and
este
federal
trayecto
level.
técnico
This technical path
comenzó el diseño comenzó en el mes de
starts
enero de 2019
on January
y tuvo una
2019
duración
and lasted
de un año, 10 meses
for
en lo que
1 year,
se
10
construyó los
months
3 módulos del trayecto
for the 3
y
modules to be
bueno,
ready
entró en
for
operación
the path,
ya
and it was
a planta
implemented
justo en el año del 2020.
on 2020.
Bueno, pues gracias a la estrecha relación que hemos
Thanks
mantenido
to
con
the
nuestros
close relationship
expertos
we've
y
had with our
profesores, esto
experts
durante
and
la operación
teachers
del trayecto se
during the
identificó
path,
algo muy
we
importante que era
identified
una
something that
necesidad
was very
específica
interesting,
de componer, de ajustar
that
nuestras
is to
evaluaciones
adjust
del
our
CONALEP
evaluations, because at
todas
CONALEP,
las evaluaciones de los colegios
evaluations of
estatales.
all our
Entonces se
state
rediseñó y se
colleges have to be
actualizó el
unified,
primer
and therefore
módulo
the first
del
module
trayecto
was
del cuarto semestre,
unified
lo
for
cual nos
fourth
permite
semester,
también
and that
ajustar
allowed
ese
us to
esquema en el diseño de los
adjust
siguientes dos trayectos.
that for the
Annie, ¿me
next two
ayudas con la
paths.
siguiente diapositiva?
Next.
Gracias. Bueno, una fortaleza que
One of
tenemos
the
en
strengths
nuestros
that
programas de
we
estudio es
have
la pertinencia de
in
los
our
documentos
work
que
has to do
se
with the
elaboran para este
documents
trayecto técnico.
for
Cada
this technical
módulo,
path.
como lo
Each
mencionamos hace
module, as
ratito,
mentioned before,
cada módulo contiene
each
un
module
programa de estudios, una guía pedagógica
has
y una
a
guía de
curriculum
evaluación.
and an
Bueno, el
assessment guide.
programa de estudios
Now,
nos
the
ayuda para,
curriculum is useful
tiene un enfoque en las
for us
actividades, en los
to
resultados de aprendizaje para
work on
mejorar las
learning
competencias.
results for
Y la
competencies.
guía pedagógica es como un
And the
cuadernillo que
learning
nosotros
guide is
brindamos
like a notebook
al alumnado
that we
para que
share
ellos
with our
puedan
students
desarrollar pues
so
sus
that they can
competencias.
develop their
Y
competencies.
también tenemos una guía de evaluación
And
que
we
sirve
also
para que los
have an
docentes puedan tener
evaluation guide
una línea
so that
para realizar sus
teachers
evaluaciones
can
de las competencias adquiridas por sus
evaluate
alumnos.
competencies of their
Y bueno,
students.
le cedo la palabra a Florian.
Now, Florian,
Gracias.
please, can you proceed?
¿Qué habíamos hecho para
What did we do
fuera
for
un
our
éxito?
project to be successful?
Hemos aplicado
We applied
esta primera buena práctica
this first good
era
practice
de visitar en persona
that was to
todo el equipo
visit
de trabajo,
the
los del
team,
CONALEP y los del
people from
CEGEP,
CONALEP and from the
visitar en persona varios
college
lugares de trabajo para
and the
los
different
futuros
places
graduados.
where
Con
the
estas
graduates would work.
visitas nos
And with
enteramos
those
de
visits, we
algunos
learned
aspectos
some
importantes
important
de las
aspects
tareas que los
of
graduados
the
tendrían que realizar.
activities
Estos
that our
aspectos
graduates
se
would
integran
have
en
to
los elementos
work
de
on,
competencia y
and
también
that
en
has
los
been
criterios
integrated in
de
competencies
desempeño.
and also in
Otra buena
performance.
práctica fue
Another good
la de
practice
constituir
was
entre los
to
expertos
prepare
del
among
y los del
CGEP experts and the
un grupo de
CONALEP
trabajo
a group
estable
of
que trabaje
a
en
stable
equipo,
group that is
con
a team with
encuentros por
frequent
Internet
meetings via
por causa de
web
la pandemia.
because of the pandemic.
Desde el principio hasta el
And from
final
the beginning until the end of the project,
facilitado mucho
this
la
has
comprensión
facilitated
y la eficiencia
understanding and
entre
efficiency
el equipo.
of the team.
En la elaboración del
In the
trayecto
preparation of the
siempre
path,
funcionado
we
en la
have
lengua del país
worked in
anfitrión,
the language of
incluso
the
que toda la
host
redacción
country,
se hizo
and
estrictamente en
the
español
the
en el
wording
Cégep de
was
Ronquière.
in Spanish
Si
in Soleil
cometimos
Gontier.
errores de
If
vocabulario
we make
técnico, las
technical
explicaciones de
vocabulary
nuestros socios
errors, the explanation of
del
our partners from
nos ayudan
CONALEP
a comprender el
help us
uso
to
exacto
understand the exact
que
use
hacen de ellos.
of
Hay
such
falsos
words.
amigos
There are false cognates, we know
entre el
that,
vocabulario del CEGEP
between
y
the
del,
CEGEP
del
and
CONALEP.
CONALEP.
A pesar de la diferencia de
In
la
spite
lengua.
of the difference in
Y
languages.
para bien utilizar el
And
vocabulario
in order to
utilizado
use the vocabulary
con él,
correctly,
pero sobre todo para que
but above
el
all,
nuevo trayecto se
so that
integre
the new path
perfectamente
can
en el
be well
bachillerato
integrated
y
at high school level
entre los demás programas,
and across
hemos
other
analizado
programs. Therefore,
varias
we have analyzed
metodologías
several
del CONALEP
lines
antes
and
de
plans
el nuevo
of CONALEP
trayecto.
before
Y
the path.
hemos impartido
And
varias
we have
sesiones de
taught several
capacitación a los
languages, several training
docentes
sessions,
y hemos
sorry.
mantenido
And we have
contacto
kept
regulo
uh,
con ellos
ongoing, we have been
para
in touch with them
consultarles
in
y
an ongoing
responder a sus
fashion.
preguntas. Además,
Therefore, for teachers and professors, we prepared a notebook to work in labs and a video for students and professors. I am going to talk about the common points of curricular development of CIGEP and CONALEP. The way we work on training vary from one country to the other, depending on the education program. Therefore, it is a challenge in terms of demands and on the preparation of work, and it has to be integrated as professors and teachers need. In our case, between institutions of different countries, and since we share a common focus on CONALEP and CIGEP adopted 30 years ago, curricular development focus based on competencies. We agree, both institutions agree, that competencies that we will teach have to be contextualized. Therefore, elements and competence and rules have to apply to the context in which our graduates will perform. And graduates have to be graded and be able to perform. We also know that our focus has to guarantee for graduates to be executors, but still understand what is it that they are doing and be able to learn on their own and to build more competencies, not to be in one dimension, but there are several ones that open the path for knowledge and for ethical discussions or social discussions and knowledge in terms of autonomous. And now with respect to differences between both systems have taught us that the main difficulty to work between our countries. National offices of CONALEP define the curriculum of each career at different programs and also to determine objectives and standards. And each CIGEP has to determine the curriculum in order to achieve these objectives. Subjects, disciplines, and time necessary for each competence. And one diploma program can be obtained, one diploma can be obtained through different programs. So each CIGEP has to train its own teams. And with members who need to have these competencies. There is one additional difference that is worth mentioning and has to do with evaluation, the responsibility of evaluation, and who determines evaluations. CONALEP for each competency and criteria and weighing as well. Of course, evaluation is in charge of each of the campuses for the CEGEP network, and they are in charge of the design of the curriculum. And the law asks each one in order to conduct evaluation, determining the particular conditions thereof. And the CEGEP determine content and criteria. And they have consequences in the type of job. At CONALEP, the design of curriculum is in the responsibility of one team, but for us, we have a ministerial team working with objectives and with a different team.
Son ellos, no soy yo. Basta. Era únicamente, y yo sé que tenemos que concluir, entonces.
I know that we have to wrap up today. So what we want to share with you is that this relationship between both countries is the most important thing in order to understand each other and also understand the environment, the area of the companies, of course, and to design a curriculum program. But in some projects like these, there is something magical, and there is a relationship of those who want to learn together. And we want to thank our partners from CONALEP, but also our partners from Universidad UGLD and the CONALEP, and in particular Patricia, who was an ally at all times during the process. Thank you. 30 seconds.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now,
Bueno, quizás levantarse todos. Vamos, voy a hacer como William.
now, I'm going to do something like what William did yesterday.
Okay.
Stand up. And greet the person next to you. Greet the person next to you.
Okay, siéntense.
Now take your seats.
Bueno, ¿no quieren sentarse ya?
Don't you want to take a seat? Not anymore?
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Están demasiado despertados ahora.
You are very much awake.
Okay, por favor, quiero invitar a,
Okay, I want to
al panel del proyecto
invite
B9
the panel for the B9 project,
y confío que nos expliquen
and I trust
detalladamente
that they will explain to us briefly
los logros de su
the
proyecto.
achievements of their project, and they will talk about student life and school services.
De directora académica de
Now,
CFN, Hugo
please, Hugo Kidd,
rector CFT
who is the
región
rector
Coquimbo,
of the Coquimbo
a la
region,
señora Carolina González,
Carolina Gonzalez of the Minituc.
pues es Madonna, ¿o qué? y a Yannick Cavassou
and Yannick Cavassou
del Collège Boréal.
of Collège Boréal.
Yannick, ¿tienes la patente? Brevemente, confío en ustedes. Ah, y por favor, no hablan demasiado rápido para las
Please
traducciones.
don't go too fast for translation.
Entiendo el mensaje.
Okay.
Gracias a
Well, thank you,
SICAN y a todos, toda la
SICAN,
organización que
and thank
estuvieron
you
aquí. Bueno,
to
es
the
realmente un placer finalmente
organization, to all the organizing committee, and thank you for the hard work.
Vamos a pasar con el proyecto.
Okay, now let's go directly to the
Me
project.
voy a presentar muy rápidamente
I'm going to introduce the project
B09.
B09. It's to develop and support the development of student services
Servicios a la empleabilidad y
and
inserción social.
employability and social insertion services. We work in Chile.
Entonces, es el proyecto, la alianza técnica.
It is the Technical Alliance B09.
De los que trabajan en el proyecto,
So
había
we
el
had
Collège Boréal,
people from College Boreal,
Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, y
Michaud,
el Collège Comunitario de
Collège
Nuevo Brunswick.
Communautaire of New Brunswick. There are some of the colleges and the Ministry of Education of Chile with Carolina González with us.
Trabajemos con el SEDUC
And we work with SEDUC CIEN of Antofagasta
el CFT de la región de Coquimbo,
and Coquimbo
con el
region as
señor
well,
Hugo Kiss.
with Hugo Quiz.
Muy rápidamente, yo para presentar a dónde trabajemos.
I want to share with you where is it that we're going to be working. Well, in Chile,
Norte del país,
in the north region,
centros, bueno, el SEDUC y el CFT, el centro y CFT estatal de la región de
we have
Coquimbo,
the Coquil
en la región
region,
Coquimbo y
that is Coquimbo,
Seducuciene, con toda la
Seducuciene,
red. Ellos tienen
and the
la
network.
sede en la región de Lebu,
They have the Lebu, Waltec, Los Villos,
y Antofagasta también.
and Antofagasta. That's the
Ah,
region.
para el CFT estatal de Ovalle,
And for
fue,
Ovalle,
en la ciudad de Ovalle.
it was in Ovalle.
Entonces, ¿qué se hizo a través de este proyecto?
So what did we do with the project?
Voy a presentar estos 3 puntos para ser rápido, porque mis
I will
colegas han
only
presentado.
address these
Pero
3
entonces trabajemos sobre
items,
una guía
and we worked on a guide of
estudiantiles y servicios a la
student
empleabilidad.
services and employability
Tomar
services.
realmente un ejemplo de todos los que se
An
hizo a
example
través
of
los
everything
ejemplos que
that
se
was
han
done
hecho en
and
nuestros colegios de CIGEP canadienses,
those from the CIGET in
para
Canada
presentar,
in
para
order
dar
to
ejemplos y ver cómo
give some
podíamos
examples and to see
implementar
how
estos
we could
servicios
implement
en
these
cada uno de los,
services
de los,
on
del
each
SEDUC, de la red de SEDUC
of
y
the
del
SEDUC
CFT de
network
Coquimbo.
members.
Bueno, lo hicimos a través
We did
de
it
talleres. Claramente ustedes
with
saben que el COVID,
workshops.
bueno, bueno, no podíamos hacer muchas de estas
We
personas,
couldn't
pero
do
se hizo muy bien de manera virtual. Y,
much face-to-face. We worked mainly virtually, and then the implementation of these services. And that is what I am going to present so that we are observant of the time. Thank you. The next one, please.
Yannick, te faltó una lámina, pero la voy a mencionar yo.
Okay, I will mention this slide. Okay, the project was aimed at strengthening academic, student services and for the academic success. And both institutions decided to choose different services, one for education success and Seducción, they worked on employability and labor insertion. Next one. Now, it is important to tell you that one of the most important deliverables was a school service guides that was useful for the implementation. And this guide is aimed at working with the students and during their education, all the way from enrollment, where we have vocational orientation, and then support for the academic support. And that, of course, has to do with student retention and employability and graduation so that they can find a job. We also have a guide with more than 45 services described, and these services have been categorized in different areas. We have 18 academic services that have to do with student services and to support those students who are in trouble while learning. And we have two services that have to do with health, including health, mental health, because we know that all the institutions had to deal with this. And student life, we have 9 services, in particular those that have to do student organization to help them feel part of a community and generate networks. And with employability, all services that they can resort to in for practices and for employment services via um, work interview simulations and other things. This guide also has a classification that helped us prioritize the services all the way from the lower to the highest level of implementation, considering that we have some services that are basic or baseline and that help for the observance of certain degrees of implementation. And at level 5, we have services that have been implemented by more robust institutions that call for greater deployment. And this categorization is very useful because we are implementing uh, these at state level and provides us a guide for decision making at institution level so that they can have a north on where to start and where to arrive, so to speak. And these are some examples on success, academic success services. We can share information with all of you because we know that it can be very, very useful for each one of your institutions. And also share with you that each of the services has to be visualized with an organization structure all the way to implementation. And here we have a detailed guide on how to develop each one of the implementation processes linked to each service, and also improvement guides for follow-up indicators and generate continuous improvement for each service. And here is a sample of snapshots of the workshops that we conducted in spite of the pandemic. Most of them were online. However, we had great face-to-face experiences this year with the visits of the colleges to the two institutions. This guide is also very important for the Ministry of Education because it has education as a right. Education as a right, and with the tools so that institutions here and others in Chile can accompany students and provide tools during for their education, and also identifying all the diversities, their different capacities and territory context, also giving rise to what we talked about, intersectional perspective, in order to favor
efectivas y exitosas para cada uno de
education that
ellos.
are
Y ahora le
successful
voy a
for
dar
each
el
one of
pase
them.
al
Now,
director del CFT estatal de
I
Coquimbo para
will
que nos pueda
ask
comentar
the
también sobre el
director
proceso
from
de
Coquimbo to
implementación.
talk about the implementation.
Gracias, Carolina. Buenas tardes a todos, a todas.
Thank you.
Vamos a
Good
tratar de hablar
afternoon.
lento, pero
I
hacerlo
will
rápido
go
también.
slowly but fast at
Bueno,
the same time.
explicaron bastante bien tanto Yanis
Well,
como Carolina.
this
En
was
el
so
caso
well
del
explained.
CFT estatal de la región de Coquimbo,
And the
definimos
state CFT
5
in
estrategias
the
para poder conseguir
Coquimbo
cosas
region,
que eran
5
así nuevas en realidad, pero
strategies.
que el CFT no las tenía.
I
Como
don't
la
think the
creación de la unidad de
CFT
servicios
had it
estudiantiles.
before.
Si bien es cierto que
Creation of
existía
student services unit.
la función
We
de no
did
estaba la
have
unidad
the
creada,
function, but
eso
not the
también fue
unit.
un aporte que se
This was
concretizó,
important
digamos, ya
contribution
el año recién pasado, así es que fue un avance tremendo para
last year.
nosotros. El apoyo también que impacta
Support
mucho en la vida estudiantil para la formación
with
de
great
centros de
impact for
alumnos
student
que
life.
ya está en
The
funcionamiento,
student
con un
center.
presupuesto
This is
asignado. Y
already
destaco este punto
working
en
with an
particular porque
allocated
somos
budget.
el
We
único
are the
CFT
only
estatal
CFT
que
at the
cuenta con
state
un
level
centro de alumnos
with a
formalmente
student
establecido.
center
No hay otra de las
formally
15 que tenga un
established.
centro de alumnos
Not
formado.
any of the other 15 have
Y a
something like that.
propósito de género,
So in terms of
solamente
gender
de los
issues,
6 integrantes del centro de alumnos, solamente uno es hombre,
only one is
por
a
género
man.
registral, digamos.
This is
La tercera
registry gender.
estrategia, el
And the third
fortalecimiento de servicios de
strategy,
apoyo al
strengthen
aprendizaje, pasando
learning
desde
support
el aspecto
services,
psicopedagógico para aquellos
going
alumnos
from the
que así lo requieran, como también
psychopedagogical
nos tocó
aspect,
recibir alumnos con algún
because
tipo
we've
de
had
discapacidad,
students with some
tanto auditiva
disabilities,
como visual,
audio
y
and
efectivamente
visual,
se les brindó el apoyo
hearing and
necesario
visual
para que esto
disabilities.
funcionase de manera adecuada y
So
pudiesen
this
cumplir
is
con
working
sus
better
tareas de manera
for them.
también
They can
como
cover
se lo
their
exigía el mismo
studies.
CFT. No podemos
As
exigir,
demanded by CFT,
y
we
además
cannot
esto en
demand
todos los
something
CFT
if
estatales
we don't
real,
give the right
son puertas
services to
abiertas,
our
no hay ningún
students.
tipo
We
de
have an
restricción
open
para
door
el ingreso,
policy with no
solo unas ganas de estudiar
restrictions.
una carrera técnica que es lo importante.
All they need is
El punto
to
4,
want
apoyo
to
permanente
go to
al
school.
proceso de obtención de beneficios
Permanent
estudiantiles.
support
Muchas veces los
for
alumnos
student
de los
services. This is the
centros
fourth
de
one.
formación técnica, en
Many
particular
times,
del que me
the
toca el honor de
technical
dirigirlo,
training
tienen efectivamente
centers,
dificultades para
students there have problems
lograr completar los formularios para
to finish
acceder
the
a
forms to
beneficios
access
estudiantiles. Y nosotros
student
los apoyamos
benefits.
desde
We are
antes de su
supporting
ingreso para
them
que esto ocurra, de
before
hecho,
they
en febrero para
register
este
so that
proceso de
in February,
certificación de los aspectos sociales
that's when the
en algunos de los
social
beneficios
certification
del Mineduc.
process starts.
La quinta
The
estrategia,
fifth
inglés como
strategy,
parte de la formación
English as
para
part of
obtener
the
certificaciones
training
intermedias.
to get
Nuestro
intermediate
CFT,
certification.
cada semestre de los 4 de formación
Every
entrega una
semester,
certificación intermedia.
well, the
Y
student
requiere
has
que
to
los
have a
alumnos, si por
intermediate
algún motivo tienen que
certification.
dejar sus estudios,
If students
cuenten
have
con
to drop
herramientas para
out,
enfrentar el
they
mundo
have the
laboral de manera más
necessary
o menos
tools to be
adecuada.
in the labor world.
Esos son por favor, Yannick,
Those are the
las
5
estrategias. Y por
strategies.
supuesto que
And of course,
tenemos
we also have
desafíos grandes.
challenges, major
Por ahí lo
challenges.
mencionó Maritzaida en una
One
de
of
las
my colleagues
ensayos.
has already
El tema
mentioned
recursos es importante. El
resources.
tema
This is
recursos
important.
provoca que esto no sea solamente
It
una
means
oportunidad de
that
mejora,
this is
sino
not
que
only
realmente
an
sea un desafío.
enhancement
¿Y
opportunity,
cuáles son
but
estos
it's also
desafíos?
a
No sé, la
challenge.
consolidación de la estructura similar
As
es el
consolidating
centro de
similar
éxito en el fondo
structure,
del College Boreal
success
para apoyar a
center
nuestros
to
estudiantes con
support
sus
our
metodologías de
students
estudio,
with their study
trabajos, tareas, habilidades
methodologies,
de
work,
aprendizaje
tasks,
neurolingüístico, que
skills,
lo hacemos de la misma manera, pero
linguistic
no con
learnings. We do
no tan
this, but not
potente como
as
se hace en el College
powerfully
Boreal.
as we could do
En
it.
realidad, cuando tuvimos el taller
When we had the
con el College Boreal de la estructura, de
workshop
cómo
with
armar la estructura
Canada
de los servicios estudiantiles,
on
yo
student
quedé casi con
service
depresión de eso.
structures, I was almost
Efectivamente,
depressed
faltaban,
because, in effect,
para tener lo mínimo,
we
el
needed
piso
to
necesario,
have the
se requería
necessary floor
personal que
level
nosotros
of
tal
it
vez
all.
no tenemos.
We don't
Porque
have the
efectivamente
basic
es una institución de muy
elements
jóvenes,
for that.
tenemos un poquito
We
más
are
de
a
5 años
young
de funcionamiento.
institution,
Así
no
es
more
que
than 5 years old.
efectivamente
So
esa experiencia fue
that
bien traumática, por decirlo
experience
de alguna
was
forma,
traumatic.
porque nos dimos cuenta que nos faltaba mucho por completar.
We realized we had
Bueno,
so
se
many
crean
things to do.
indicadores
And
para
then
medir
the
el estado de
generation of
bienestar y satisfacción
indicators
de los estudiantes.
to
Actualmente lo
measure
hacemos,
school or
pero
student
solamente el
satisfaction. We're
25%
doing
de los
that, but only
estudiantes
25% of the
contestan esta
students
encuesta. No es una
answer the
evaluación
survey.
docente,
This is
es
not
una
a
encuesta de
teacher's
satisfacción de
assessment
los
or
servicios que nosotros
evaluation. It has to
prestamos
do with
a nuestros
students
estudiantes.
and
Pero
their opinion on the studies we have. The challenge for this year is that I hope a higher percentage, close to 100%, will be answering this satisfaction survey of our academic and support services. The other aspect has to do with healthcare agreements. We don't yet have them. We don't have the necessary muscle for that, for the healthcare center. We need so much before we can do it. We are going to have it, but not yet. We have to generate more agreements. We already have some. We need more for students to access healthcare services. So I said I was going to speak very fast, but I have been quite brief. So let me give the baton to the next speaker. You have the floor. Good afternoon. Let me tell you the 5 venues. There's a 6th one. We have over 20,000 graduates and over 5,000 students. We've moved forward in academic services. This is the program we've used to strengthen all the services we are giving our students, academic, psychoeducational, vocational areas. 2022, 15,685 services, 2,700 students approximately. Nonetheless, out of this project, we implemented the Student Life Support Project with great affluence. But in employability services, can you show that, please? Employability services and the labor insertion. This was a challenge for us. We generated an annual employability plan working in 3 strategies. First, development for life skills, entrepreneurship, professional practice, and labor insertion. This was online. 2, linking students with their environment and with our partners, productive sectors, for instance, project development with companies close to our institution to give students labor opportunities. Actions we were already implementing, we're looking for strategies to strengthen those actions and generating a new provision for employers to be close to our curricular programs. The third strategy, generating an employment agency for our youth, more employability chats and generating a network and the labor fair through digital platforms so that they can look into the offerings of the employment agency. We also have an exclusive platform for data registries with a list of service and support services. Teachers can have their full roadmap. Our main challenges, this annual employability plan, we have launched the pilot and we are assessing it. We have alumni council, students council, and there's something else here, the National Training and Employment Service of Chile with workshops on employability. We have to strengthen the alliance that's already there. We have to continue along those lines to support our students looking for a job. Let me take a few seconds. I believe this has to do with so many opportunities given the qualification framework, allowing us to generate networks and proposals to support employability services under common curricular programs so that our students may also have labor mobility that may perfectly well exist in our region, in the countries of the Pacific Alliance. Thank you so much. Very well. Thank you, everyone. Yes, another exercise. Yes, in 2 seconds. Another exercise. 1, 2, 3. Down. Very well. Next panel, B11. Would you come to the head table, please? Scott Clerk, Northern Light College, Eduardo Tarando, Patricia Perez, and Carlos Vargas of CONALEP 146 from Torreón. And Ms. Rosa Cristina Aguilar. Please, could you come to the head table, all of you? Install yourselves at the head table. Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Carlos. What a pleasure to be with you. My participation has to do with explaining geographic environment of our institution, why B11 is important in terms of energy for students to get enough skills for this activity. But since Simon has already mentioned that, we are a highly cattle raising area, a desert area with a lot of sun, and that's one of our most important natural resources. Well, no, without further say, let me be part of this avalanche of appreciation and thank yous for the wonderful people who made this possible with their experiences, giving us the opportunity to know a facet of a friendly government, a government which is our friend that has given us and provided us with so many tools. Yes, on behalf of the Mexican French Center, I chair that. I preside it. I thank you. Scott, you have the floor. We are at your disposal. We were brief, right? Very executive. We're respecting time. Yes, thank you, Carlos. Hello, how are you? I am in coming from Canada. I want to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to share our experiences. What an honor to be in this room with colleagues who come north and south of the Americas, all devoted to technical vocational education, which is inclusive and for all. Well, B11 will now share experiences on institutions in Mexico, the state of Durango, CONALEP 146, the Mexican French Center, the Technological University of the Durango Lagoon, Campeche, CONALEP 121, Ciudad del Carmen 021, and Technological University of Campeche, and then Fanshawe College of Canada as the main partner, and Northern Lights College of British Columbia. And if you allow me, let me say that for Northern Lights College, a small rural college in Canada, this was our first experience, our first project, international cooperation project, the first time we have institutional relations in Mexico. So for us, this project will always have a very special place in our institutional memory. You see the photograph when we launched the project in Campeche during the mission of inception, February 2020. Some of you might recall that month of 2020. I don't think anyone at that table knew what was coming the following month, March 2020. To a certain degree, our project, like many others, was another child of pandemic. Well, let me share with you something about the project, services for educational success, employability, and labor insertion. This is a complement for other curricular projects. So each partner institution in Mexico was working on another project on the curricular area. And this is the approach on school success oriented services. And the project had training for teachers, institution leaders, exchanges of experiences, and co-design of new services. We started February 2020, and we concluded the project September 2022. Our main accomplishments: training of institutional leaders and teachers in different areas, including partnership, strategic community, strategic partnership formation, and also practice exercises for ongoing improvements, alert services, inclusive education, or pedagogical systems, and online services, how to use the universal design for learning. And although we were challenged by COVID-19 and we went into virtual systems, and this, of course, hampered our capability to focus our energies on the project. Even with all that, we were able to have a certain impact. One of the details, let me give the floor to my colleagues of CONALEP 146 to talk about those accomplishments in greater detail. Good afternoon. I'm Eduardo Tarango. I represent CONALEP Mexico French Center. Before I start my participation, I want to thank SICAN for all its support and the accompaniment given to us this year. Let me present STAR results with great impact in our education community. This is what we did: implementation of systems for rainfall in catchment and the use of that water of the rainfall for organic gardens, vegetable gardens. As you can see here, this is the type of project that promotes healthy coexistence, collaborative projects. We had the participation of the teachers, administrative personnel, and of course, the students participated. Students of different specialties and groups in our school, and different semesters as well. Finally, to be brief, I can tell you very proudly that the main objective was reached, and that way we can look into the future with integrating projects that will give way to creativity of our students. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Patricia Perez. I'm head of the Liaison and Promotion Project of the Mexican French Center of CONALEP. Let me talk about an action plan we designed at the facilities, at the institution where we work, for educational success, labor, insertion, and employability. This action plan as such, although the indicators we have are comprised of 5 indicators and they have all been fulfilled. However, we still have areas of opportunity. For instance, the action plan, the first component it has is quite relevant: strengthening of permanent programs. Well, this component, the priority of it is improving extracurricular activities, infrastructure, institutional image, and the B11 project is giving us support in the image of our institution, and we have brochures and all types of materials, and they all had a lot of impact in our work. Right now, when we go to the fair, we shall show you this material. They look beautiful. They're excellent. Now then, tutorials, tutorships. We had various webinars and trainings for teaching tutors as well, and grants, scholarships given by the federal government. This has so much to do with strengthening programs so that they become permanent. The second component has to do with the gender and inclusion. Our priority here is for the CONALEP community to be inclusive and discrimination and violence free. So there, the indicator that we are attending to is regarding students and trained and administrative personnel, teaching personnel as well. Institutional support and infrastructure support. Another important component is the institutional aspect of it all. Resource management. There, we implemented some projects, and another main item has to do with the alternate energy sources. The B06 project supported us with donation of equipment for that career. When it opened, we had a room where students would take their courses and do their practices. However, thanks to SEJEP of the college in Canada, we were able to do this workshop. You see the picture of it. It's a big room, not only a classroom as we had before. This is the way it looks with all the equipment donated to us, biogesters, solar panels, transmitters, all the necessary equipment for this career as such. The other important component has to do with improving academic quality. This component has to do with training, of course, as a priority. This has already been mentioned here. Academic training, national office with the SEJEPs from Canada who are helping us train the technical expertise on bioenergy. And the students, as of the fourth semester, are already taking those technical courses. And the last component has to do with follow-up and evaluation of the dropout rate. Well, this is done at the beginning of when students register. And how do we characterize the student population, risk students, and also academic utilization? Well, on my part, I just want to thank you so much. I am taking with me so many lessons learned of all the colleges and institutes of Canada. I want to thank SAJEP and all the different institutions in Canada for allowing us to learn so many things. Thank you so much. Before I conclude my participation, let me give the floor to our star student, Jose Angel. He will give you a testimony of the work we're showing you on the screen. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Jose Angel Garcia. I'm a student of the Mexican French Center, the CONALEP Center, and I'm doing one of the last semesters of alternate careers. Thank you. I want to thank SICAN. With their help, we were able to implement our workshop, and they supported us so much with biodigesters, solar panels, equipment, and gauges of multimeters and controllers, among other devices. And I also want to thank you because for me and my classmates, you gave us the opportunity to be here. These are truly new experiences. No, not many people can have this type of experience. I want to thank everyone for giving myself and my classmates, my teachers as well, the opportunity to be here. With no further say, thank you so much for your attention. I'm Jose Angel Garcia Navarro. What a pleasure to be here with you.
Bueno, ya para cerrar,
Yes, to close, let me go into this. I don't want you to fall asleep. Before I present the last two slides, I wanted to add that I've been working for French for 5 years, and as Scott said, as a Latin American woman, all the learnings and capitalization. Well, this is not just for institutions for countries of the Pacific Alliance, Canadian institutions and colleges. We have learned so much, and we've been celebrating and overcoming challenges in each one of the projects. So we've become stronger in our institutions for doing that. Let me also tell you about the transversal version. This is in B11, two elements, the gender and the governance elements. I want to talk about the gender one in this program, linked to school success, systems, and labor insertion and employability. This was always facing challenges women have when they choose or they go into a technical, technological career. As Patricia mentioned, the four Mexican institutes identified their needs and they posed in the different campaigns and the images and the texts all those challenges. They wanted this to be strong enough to learn and capitalize best practices we have in Canada, in Northern Lights College, and all the different colleges and institutions to adapt that according to the needs of their own institutions. In Mexico, for instance, and in the other countries, guides, empowerment, strategies, and policies. And that's what they use to be able to conclude this with policies and procedures that could perhaps deal with sexual harassment or any other barrier that the girls could be facing. Finally, concrete actions we're able to see throughout this almost 3 years of work. And this is what we did. And from the Canadian environment with a feminist policy, with everything we've been working on yesterday with Lana and the different subgroups we worked with, we were able to transfer knowledge and skills through webinars. We were able to design a special tool for group students and focus groups and tutors as well. And we did 10 training workshops that were linked to language, to everything that has to do with inclusion, equity, and gender perspectives, stereotypes, masculinities, bullying, and empowerment. And one of the photographs Patricia shared with me has to do with inclusion. And the gender part is also important, and disabilities. Everything that has to do with visual and hearing situations, these are not barriers for women to be part of all this labor force to contribute to the society. And that's exactly what's needed. Having said this, I want to invite you to our mini fair where we are showing the plan Patricia mentioned, and you are going to be able to talk to the 021 CONALEP representative with Maria Jose and the representatives of Laguna Durango. And more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon.
Poniendo presión a todos, ¿eh? Ok, todos, última vez, arriba.
Okay, up, up, up again. One last time, up again.
Bueno, por favor, por favor, quiero
Okay,
invitar a la
please,
mesa
now
al señor, a la gente del Perú,
we'd
del
like to have
proyecto B12,
people from the
que nos
B12
hablaron
project from
de
Peru
la articulación de
to talk
servicios
about the
para favorecer
articulation of
el
services
éxito
to
escolar.
favor the
Invitarle a
school
Luis
circuit,
Ramos,
and then
del Honorio
Luis
Delgado,
Ramos from Honore Delgado, Braulio, Braulio
perdón,
mm,
del Instituto Pedro Pedías,
from the Pedro Pedias
también a la
Institute,
señora
and
Karim
Karim
Couture,
Couture
del Cégep Montmorency,
and Pascal Bernier as well.
Tienen la patente? Sais-tu comment? Buena presentación.
Muy buenas tardes, espero que
Good
estén
afternoon, and hopefully you are still wide awake.
yo no tanto, como ven.
As you can tell, I'm not that much wide awake, but I am very happy to be with you today.
Cosas a la vez. Ya. Entonces, nuevamente les presento a mis
Again, my colleagues, Karin Couture of
Luis
Montmorency,
jefe
Luis
de la unidad de
Ramos,
bienestar y
head
empleabilidad
of the
del
Unit of
Instituto Honor
Wellbeing and
Delgado,
Employability of Honore Delgado
y el
Institute,
señor
and
Braulio, perdón,
Brau-
Braulio Parizaca,
Braulio
jefe de la
Paisaca,
unidad académica
head
del
of the
Instituto
academic
Pedro
unit
Pedías
of Pedro
de
Petias
Arequipa también.
Institute, also from Arequipa.
Arequipa, una ciudad
Arequipa
hermosa.
is a
Esta
beautiful
es
city.
la Catedral Basílica
This
y es
is
una
the
ciudad donde nos
cathedral,
enamoramos de
and
la
we
ciudad, de la
truly
gente
love
y
the
de la
city,
comida
the
también.
people, and food.
Entonces, como un poco contexto general, muy
Now, to give
rápido,
you an overall
nosotros
idea,
somos un consorcio de 12
we
CEGEP
are a
en la
consortium
región de
of 12
Montreal
CEGEP from
y
Montreal region,
estuvimos trabajando
and
desde el
we have been
2019
working
con
since
los
2019
dos
with the
institutos de
two
Arequipa
institutes of
y con el
Arequipa
Ministerio de
and the
Educación
Ministry of Education
de Perú, el
of
Minedu,
Peru,
como un aliado muy
Minedu,
importante que se ha
as
desarrollado a lo largo
a
del
relevant
proyecto
ally
como un gran aliado
who
y también
has
con la
grown during the
Gerencia Regional de
project as an ally
Educación, con quien hemos
and
tenido
with the
varios
Regional
acuerdos.
Management Office for Education.
La misión inicial,
This is the
estuvimos ahí
initial mission.
reunidos con
We met
personas representando a
with
SICAN y a los dos
representatives from
institutos
SICAN
que
and
se
the two
reunían
institutes
quizás por primera vez, se
that were
visitaban.
meeting perhaps for
Eso
the
fue
first time.
un gran logro al inicio.
That was a great achievement.
No voy a repetir porque
I'm not
varios
going
colegas
to
antes
repeat because
nosotros
several
ya
colleagues
han
before us
trabajado. Este es
have
un proyecto que
already worked,
buscaba
but this
la
is a project
implementación
to
de
implement
servicios estudiantiles,
school
buscando también el
student
éxito
services,
educativo y la
also
empleabilidad.
school success and
La
employability.
situación
Now,
inicial
the initial
en la
situation,
que nos encontramos en
the starting point in
2019,
2019,
primeramente
first,
supimos rápidamente que
we learned
el proyecto
that
llevaba
the
bien porque había
project
una gran necesidad de
was a
implementar
good match because there was a need to
en los
implement
institutos
across the different
una
institutes
unidad de bienestar
a
y
unit
empleabilidad
of
para la
well-being and
obtención
employability
de
for
licenciamiento,
the obtention
entonces a
of
nivel estatal o a nivel del
graduation or
estado según la
diplomas
ley
at regional law according to the
3212.
law 3512.
También observamos un estado
Likewise, we
incipiente de
saw that
esas unidades de
they were
bienestar y
barely
empleabilidad
beginning
que
with
voy a
these
llamar
well-being
más adelante.
and employability units that are going to be
Los
called
dos institutos
UBE from
trabajaban por
Spanish,
su lado,
and
más
the
o
two
menos.
institutes were working
La
rather
pandemia,
independently.
obviamente,
The
no voy a
pandemic,
repetir, pero
obviously,
fue
I
un
don't want to
obstáculo
repeat,
bastante importante.
was an
Pero
obstacle.
en 2021
But in
se
2021,
generó una gran, o sea, surgió una gran esperanza
great
con el
hope
nombramiento de jefes de
emerged
unidad
with the appointment
de
of
bienestar y
leaders
empleabilidad,
of
desde
unit
donde se
for
podía hacer
well-being and
coordinación.
employability to
Y estos dos
coordinate.
colegas
And these two
fueron los
colleagues of mine
pioneros en su
were
instituto
pioneers at their
jefes de la unidad de
institutes. They were
bienestar y
heads of the
empleabilidad.
well-being and employability units.
Hay que descartar quizás que en Perú la
It's important to
enseñanza a
say that in
distancia
Peru,
debido a la COVID
education due to COVID
duró 2 años y más.
was
O sea
stagnated
que
for more
desde
than
el
2
marzo del
years. That is
2020
March 2020
hasta por lo
and all
menos
the way
marzo
at
de
least
2022,
March
todas
2022.
las clases se
Pretty much
desarrollaron a
all
distancia.
lectures were
Y
uh,
hasta agosto también algunas
distant
carreras
education,
recién
and
pasado
in
agosto
August,
volvieron a
past
comenzar.
August,
Entonces
some of
fue
them barely came
un
back.
buen
So
obstáculo
it
para
was
el desarrollo
a
de
good
estas
an
actividades.
obstacle for these activities.
Hemos descartado
We have seen 4
4 más 1 resultados.
4 plus 1
El
results.
primero es un deseado,
Number one
un resultado no esperado, porque
is
hubo
an
también
unexpected
un
result
resultado
because
deseado.
there was
Pero
also
el
a
primero era
desired
un
result. But the
resultado,
first
era
one was
la creación del
a
del
result that is
apoyo
the
a la comunidad
creation
de bienestar
of
y
the
la vida.
support
El
UB
segundo
through the
fue la
UB.
creación
Number two
de
was the
alianzas
creation of institutional
institucionales.
alliances.
El tercero
Number
fue el
three
enfoque
was
eficiente para el
a
Ministerio de
focus for
Educación.
the
Los vamos a
Ministry of
explicar
Education. We'll
más
talk about
adelante.
that.
Y
And number four,
habilidades desarrolladas para
skill
el
building
servicio bienestar estudiantil.
for
Vamos a añadir un
student
quinto, lo
well-being
vamos a
services.
conservar para
And we'll
el
have
final.
a number five that we're going to share with you in the end.
Bueno, buenas tardes con todas y todos.
Welcome, everybody.
Bueno, mis saludos. Alguien
Greetings
alguien Sujra, alguien Tuta.
in native
Ese
language.
saludo,
This greeting
idioma de los incas,
in
idioma quechua.
Inca language, in Quechua language.
Sutime Braule Parisa Capuma. Actualmente es jefe de unidad académica, pero como
I am head of an
el año
academic
anterior
unit, but
inicié lo que es
the
bienestar
previous year I started working with well-being and employability.
Bueno, ¿qué es Comité de Apoyo de
What is the
Implementación de Unidad
Committee
de
for the
Bienestar
Implementation of
y
Well-being
Empleabilidad?
and Employability Unit?
Esto creo que, bueno, tenemos algunos resultados
We have
y
several
sobre todo
results,
sobre
above
las
all,
funciones
on
que se ha
the
cumplido a través de
activities
ese bienestar y empleabilidad.
performed by
En primer lugar,
this
tenemos
unit.
lo que es, por
And
ejemplo,
first of all,
soporte, impulso al
we have
fortalecimiento de la
support
gente
and
de
strengthening
unidad,
to
bienestar y
leaders of
empleabilidad.
units of
Son
well-being and
dos aspectos que
employability.
hay que tocar en este
Two main
momento,
aspects
porque por un
to
lado es
mention.
bienestar estudiantil,
On the one hand
pero por
is
otro
student
lado tenemos lo
well-being,
que es
and on the other,
empleabilidad. Si
employability.
hablamos nosotros de la parte
And
de
if we are
bienestar
to talk about
estudiantil,
well-being,
bueno, estamos
then
prácticamente implementando lo que
we
es la
are
parte de mentorías,
implementing
la
tutorships,
parte, digamos, atención psicológica, atención social,
psychological support,
que
social
son los más
support,
importantes
and
quizás
attention
para
as
en
well,
la parte de
which are
bienestar
very, very
estudiantil.
important for the well-being of
Segundo
our
aspecto tenemos
students.
lo que es la
Number two,
empleabilidad.
we have
Respecto a la
employability,
empleabilidad, lo que
and
es
with respect to
importante
this,
lo que es
it is very
inserción
important
laboral,
to mention that it
seguimiento
is,
de
has to do
egresados
with
y también
labor
la parte de
insertion
emprendimiento.
for our graduates
Estos son los
and
tres aspectos que se ha podido puntualizar.
entrepreneurial
En
education
segundo
as well.
lugar, tenemos
Number two, we
institucionalización
have
y
institutionalization
regularización, mejor dicho,
of
vinculación directoral.
um,
Todo este
directorship
inicio tiene que ser a
resolution,
través de unas
because
herramientas,
everything has to be
algunas
based upon a tool
disposiciones
and some
que se tienen que
provisions
realizar a través
that
de una
have
ley
to
y por lo tanto
be
las
based
instituciones
in a
tienen
law,
que
and therefore
crear
the institutions have to
algunos documentos
create
donde
documents,
de
of
tal
course,
manera
and in such a way
se ha autorizado
there
una
has been
comisión,
an
un
authorization
comité
for
de
resolution
participación de
on a
comisiones
committee, and
multidisciplinarias.
this multifunctional
En
committee,
tercer lugar tenemos,
and also
se comparten las responsabilidades según el
we
perfil
share
de los integrantes.
responsibilities based on the
Esto es
profiles
sumamente importante,
of
el
participants,
perfil.
and this is very, very
A
important.
nivel profesional,
At a
yo soy
professional
portavoz en
level,
este comité. Yo soy integrante
in this
también
committee, I am
de
member of the
5
committee.
integrantes.
There are
Bueno,
5
en este
members of the
caso,
committee,
primeramente,
and
jefe de
in
unidad de
this case,
bienestar
I'm the
y
head of the
empleabilidad,
unit of
porque
well-being and
conoce prácticamente
employability,
los aspectos
and
de la
I
parte,
know
digamos, de bienestar y empleabilidad. En
employability, of
segundo
course.
lugar, tenemos
And
la parte,
number
ya
two,
dijimos, el jefe de unidad académica.
we have the head
En estos
of the
momentos
academic
estoy como
unit,
jefe de unidad académica, entonces
and
son los asuntos académicos
we
que hay
are
que
here with
articular con la parte de
academic
bienestar,
matters and
empleabilidad.
employability.
En tercer lugar, tenemos lo que es, por ejemplo, el coordinador de área académica que conoce las especialidades, las diferentes especialidades de todos los programas
And
de estudio.
specialties of
Y
the
también
different
tenemos
programs
otro aspecto que hay que considerar,
and other aspects
el personal
also to be
administrativo,
considered,
que también es sumamente importante, ¿no? Y también los docentes
and
finalmente
teachers,
también tienen que conllevar. Entonces, eso con respecto a los
and that
perfiles, a
with
las
respect to
responsabilidades que tiene la
profiles and
institución.
responsibilities of the
Y otro
institution.
aspecto que hay que tomar en cuenta
Another
también en
aspect
este
to be
equipo
considered
multidisciplinario,
in this multifunctional team
un integrante de, digamos, que es profesor,
is
otro
a
integrante que es,
professor,
por ejemplo, ingeniero, Y
an
otro
engineer,
integrante, por ejemplo, podría ser comunicador social y también tenemos la
and
parte
we also have
de personal administrativo que tiene que tener perfil
administrative
también en algunos
personnel.
aspectos. Entonces, es el aspecto multidisciplinario.
That's
Tenemos
multifunctional.
en cuarto lugar,
Number
tiene
4,
lugar en reuniones frecuentes. Por
we
supuesto,
have ongoing
el
meetings,
comité tiene esa característica de tener reuniones de
and
acuerdo
we
a
hold ongoing
convenios, de
meetings
acuerdo a aprobación de documentos que se tiene que realizar en una institución.
at an
Esto tiene que
institutional
estar
level,
conversado en un equipo de
and
trabajo.
this is at
También
a
tenemos organización de
team,
actividades
and
de capacitación.
we have
Las
training
capacitaciones, por ejemplo,
activities,
sumamente importantes, sobre todo sobre la pandemia. Cuando hemos iniciado,
particularly in times of
cómo
the pandemic,
orientamos a la iniciación laboral, porque
to
la parte
see how
empleabilidad, por
did we
ejemplo,
work
en
with
este caso,
the areas of
nosotros hemos realizado lo que
employability
son fortalecimiento de habilidades
and
socioemocionales o
strengthening
habilidades
of
blandas, para
socio-emotional
esto como que orienta,
abilities
digamos, al estudiante para que pueda trabajar o
for students
poder
to
tener
be
ingreso
able
laboral o
to
también para
work
ingresar
and have in
profesionales o experiencias formativas y situaciones reales de trabajo.
professional
Dando información a toda la comunidad de la mesa,
insertion.
entonces también tenemos que hacer una difusión a
We
través
also have to
de redes
work
sociales, a través de
on
páginas web y las redes
outreaching
electrónicas, todo lo
efforts
que es,
via
digamos,
email
de información.
and
Digamos,
information.
en la parte final tenemos innovación en la
We also have
organización de
innovation.
respecto a V. ¿Por qué innovación?
And
Sobre
why
todo
innovation?
porque el problema que tenemos las instituciones, por ejemplo, de no
Well,
contar un presupuesto inmediato.
because sometimes we don't have
Entonces, ¿cómo inicio
resources right
una
away.
iniciativa? La parte de innovación
And
sería
it
el
is
comité
an alternative with
apoyo.
the
Entonces, esto prácticamente reemplaza
supporting
a las responsabilidades que
committee,
tenía que tener
replacing
personal
the
de socorro, tengo que
responsibilities
tener
um,
profesionales de trabajo social y otros
that social
profesionales que tienen que
workers used to
participar.
have and other
Entonces, con
professionals that have to take
comité de
part.
apoyo
And with
prácticamente
this
hemos
committee of
resuelto el
support
inicio
committee,
de
we have solved the
esta unidad de
beginning
bienestar y empleabilidad.
of this
Muchísimas gracias.
well-being and employability unit. Thank you very much.
Pasaré a mi colega Luis.
Now, Luis.
Hola a todos, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Otro de los resultados a destacar
Another result
es
worth
el
mentioning
establecimiento de
is that
alianzas
of
institucionales.
institutional alliances.
Primeramente, se firmó
Well, first of all,
un convenio macro de
there was
cooperación
a macro cooperation agreement signed with the General Work or Labor Management Office and Employment Promotion, with the two most important institutions, that is the Institute of Education and Pedro, and of our institutions. Now, this agreement is to set mutual mechanisms of collaboration in training, development, innovation, favoring the integral development and educational success of students of the institution, and progress of their corresponding communities, strengthening employability and promoting integration to the labor world or professional world. The second agreement of alliance is a memo of agreement and commitments for the Centro de Emergencia Mujer from Arequipa. This agreement and commitment with both institutions, with Pedro Pedíez and Honorio Delgado Espinosa. What is the Centro de Emergencia Mujer? That's Women Emergency Center for the prevention of sexual and family violence, to provide legal information and support, as well as psychological support and preventive actions with the population in order to prevent violence to exacerbate and affect more and more our society. To summarize, the result of this project is that we already embraced this project, these two agreements as an institutional agreement across our
Y
institutions.
además, este acuerdo
And this agreement, this
con el
commitment
Centro de Emergencia
with
de Mujer es
the Centro de
fortaleciendo
Emergencia
los
Mujer is to
comités
strengthen
de
committees
igualdad de género
of
y
gender
posteriormente.
equality
Muchas
and
gracias.
sexual harassment. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes a todas y
Good
todos.
afternoon, ladies and
Entonces,
gentlemen.
aquí ustedes pueden ver
What you can see here
los cuatro productos
are the
o
four
informes que fueron
reports
elaborados por los dos
prepared
consultores
by the two
peruanos
consultants in Peru
especialistas en la
who are
educación superior
specialists
técnica
in
y
higher
empleabilidad.
technical
La
education
señora
and
Billy Delfino y
employability,
el
Billy
señor
Delfino and
Alberto Aquino.
Mr. Alberto Aquino.
Los saludamos
We
ya que
greet
están
them
participando al
because they
foro
are
de manera
participating
virtual.
virtually.
Y bueno, el primer informe
And the first
constituye un
report
diagnóstico del estado
is a
institucional,
diagnosis of the
del estado
institutional
constitucional, perdón,
and
de la implementación
situation
de la
of the
unidad de bienestar
implementation
y
of the
empleabilidad,
unit
UV,
of
en cada
well-being
centro
and
socios
employability
de
at
Arequipa, el Pedro
each
Pérez y el Honorio Delgado
institute
Espinosa.
of Arequipa,
El segundo
the two we
informe
mentioned. The second
presenta
report
los resultados
includes
de una
results
encuesta
of
a
a
estudiantes sobre
survey
sus
to
necesidades
students
en
on
bienestar y
their needs
empleabilidad
on
que
well-being and
se realizó en
employability
las dos institutos
conducted at the two institutes.
socios. Y también
And
se
also,
realizó una encuesta similar
there was a similar
la
survey
encuesta a estudiantes, pero a
as that
docentes,
for students,
para
but
conocer,
conducted
saber
with
más
professors
sobre sus necesidades en
in order to learn
capacitación,
more about their
bienestar
training
y
needs,
empleabilidad.
well-being, and
Y el
employability.
cuarto informe
And the fourth report includes
contenga una caja de herramientas
a
y
toolbox
recomendaciones para la
and
aplicación para
recommendations
ayudar a
for
la
the
implementación de la
implementation
UV en los
of the
CSF.
UV at both institutes.
Quiero mencionar que también
I want to
se
mention
llevaron de manera
that
virtual
um,
reuniones de
there were virtual
socialización de los
socialization
resultados de
meetings
las dos
to talk
encuestas
about
y el
the results
diagnóstico
of the
con
surveys
actores
and the diagnosis with the
como muy
stakeholders
importantes dentro del proyecto.
of the
Participaron tanto
project.
representantes de
And
la GREA, la
that's with
Gerencia
representative of GREA, that's the
Regional de
management
Educación de
office,
Arequipa,
regional management office of education of
representantes del
Arequipa,
MINEDU, de la
members
Diserpa y
of the
SERPA y
MINEDU,
también
the
miembros
SERPA,
personal
and
de los dos
also people
institutos.
from both institutes.
Resaltamos que
It's
en
important to
cada
mention
etapa
that
de la
during each
realización
step
de la asistencia
of
técnica B12
technical
y también
assistance,
en la realización
B12,
del mandato
and
de los dos
in
consultores,
compliance with the mandate of both
se
consultants,
mantuvo
there
una
was
relación muy positiva
a positive
con los
relationship
colegas del
with
MINEDU y
our
de la
colleagues from
Diserpa
Miledu,
y
that is
también
from
un
Diserba,
diálogo
and also an
abierto
open
con
dialogue
ellas.
with them.
Son las señoras Blanca Vázquez,
They are Blanca Vázquez
la señora Janina Ulloa,
and Janina
perdón,
Ulloa.
y las saludamos también.
We greet them as well.
Y entonces, por lo tanto, esta
Therefore,
relación
this
muy
relationship,
positiva con el MINEDU
very
ayudó a
positive with the
fortalecer la
Minedu,
relación entre el
help
consorcio
us strengthen
canadiense
the relationship between the
y
Canadian
y sobre
consortium and the
todo
Minedu,
ayuda a
and
fortalecer
also to strengthen
relación entre los dos
the
institutos y el
relationship between
MINEDU.
both institutes and Minedu.
Un elemento también muy importante de
Another
mencionar
important
de
thing is
nuestra
to
propuesta
dimension
es
our
la
proposal
transferencia al
with
MINEDU
respect
de
to
la
transfer of
metodología
Minedu of the
que
methodology
se desarrolló
developed,
la metodología de desarrollo y
methodology of
implementación del
development and
UV
implementation of
en
the
los
UV
institutos para que
across
pueda
the
ser
institutes
utilizado
so as to
en
be
otros
used
institutos
at
en
other
Perú.
institutes
Y
in
bueno, en
Peru.
este sentido,
And
y
along these
como próximo
lines,
paso, digamos, por
and the
parte
next
del
step
MINEDU, nos han
by the
mencionado
Minedu,
que se va a iniciar
we have been told that very
una
soon
consultoría para el
there will be
desarrollo
a
de
consulting
orientaciones de implementación
service
de
for the
lineamientos para
implementation
la
of
seguridad
guidelines for the UVs
y empleabilidad con
and
énfasis en el
employability
acompañamiento
with
estudiantil
emphasis
con
on
modelos
student
de tutoría
accompaniment with
para
tutorship
reducir
in order
los
to
factores de
reduce
deserción y
uh,
abandono.
layoff, sorry,
bueno, estamos muy convencidos
dropout
de que las
indexes.
herramientas
We
y,
believe that the
y los
tools
procesos que se
and
han
processes
desarrollado dentro de la
developed
asistencia técnica
in the technical
B12, que
assistance
serán retomados por
B12
parte del
that
Minedu,
will be revisited
inspirarán
by
a las
Minedu
colegas, los colegas
will
del Minedu.
inspire
Muchas
other
gracias.
colleagues from Minedu. Thank you very much.
Pardon. ¿Ah? No, c'est pas moi. No. El micrófono, por favor.
Aló, ahora sí. No, aún no termino, pero va a ser breve.
I will
Nada
be
más que,
brief.
bueno, igualmente,
Well,
como
obviously,
en todos los proyectos, hemos
as
hecho,
happens with
realizado
all projects,
actividades, ¿no?, de
we have
capacitación,
held a
sean
number of
virtuales y
activities,
presenciales.
virtual
Pero un
or
resultado que
face-to-face for
quisiéramos
training. And a result
resaltar
that we want to stress
es
is the one
como un logro
that we
de un
consider
proyecto EP anterior.
truly a
Y
success
esto
of a
lo quiero
previous
mencionar porque
EP
yo creo que todos quieren
project. And I
que
want to mention that
sigamos, ¿no?,
because
con los
uh,
proyectos. Lo he
everybody
escuchado
wants
desde
to
ayer,
proceed
¿no?, que
or
no debe
continue with the
terminar, que debe haber
projects, not to
continuación,
stop, and there should be
pero este
um,
resultado nos demuestra
continuity.
que
But
a
this
pesar
result
de
shows
terminar
that in
un
spite
proyecto
of
podemos seguir
finishing the
siendo
project, we can
aliados y
still be
socios, ¿no?
allies and
Y
partners.
entonces
Therefore,
un proyecto anterior en el
a
cual mi
previous
institución
project
participó
in which my
en
institution took part between
2014-2017
2014-2017
con una institución del norte de
with an
Perú, nos
institution of the north
permitió
of Peru allowed us
invitar a
to
docentes y
invite
miembros de la
teachers and
administración
members
o
of
personal
the
administrativo de
director's
los dos
office or
institutos de Arequipa
administrative staff from
a
both
un
institutes of
curso de
Arequipa
120
to a
horas
120-hour
en línea
course online
que llevó a una atestación final.
that
Entonces,
resulted
esta
in
capacitación ha sido muy
a
provechosa, muy bien
testimonial,
organizada,
and it was
120
very well
horas
conducted.
bastante
120 hours
importante, ¿no?,
is
como,
a significant
bueno,
amount of time,
y justamente
and
buscaba brindar
it
habilidades
actually
para el
was
desarrollo del bienestar estudiantil.
looking for
Entonces, esto fue como
student
un pequeño link que hicimos con
well-being
una conexión anterior que habíamos tenido
programs, and
de
this
los dos
goes along
institutos
the
que
lines of the
participaron, pero de
previously
dos
done
docentes
activities.
y miembros de la
We had
dirección.
32 participants from the two institutes.
Entonces pensamos que era un
Therefore,
logro
we
bastante
believe that
interesante.
it was an interesting achievement to share with you.
Finalmente, el quinto que les he
And
mencionado
number five that I
es
mentioned
un resultado de
is the
mitigación de
result
riesgos
of risk
de la COVID.
mitigation efforts
En realidad,
around
lo
COVID.
mencionó Karin, fue la
And
contratación
Karim
de dos
mentioned it, and that
consultores
was
locales
that
peruanos
we
durante un
hired
periodo
two
durante el cual no podíamos
Peruvian
viajar. Y
consultants
ellos,
during the
desde
time
el
we
mismo
could not
Alberto Aquino, que son dos
travel.
personas muy conocidas del EPE, porque
Two
ellos
people from the
provinieron desde el
EP
Ministerio de
because
Trabajo y
they were from the Ministry of
de
Education
Educación de
and the
Perú
Ministry of
en
Education
servicio
of
del
Peru,
EPE
and they were
en los
beginning at
Andes,
the
o sea,
EP
la
in the
versión
Andean
anterior
region. That
al
is the
EPE de la Alianza del
previous
Pacífico.
version
Y
of that
entonces
of the
contratarles a
PA.
ellos
And
que
so we
querían un
hired
conocimiento muy
them that
fino de la realidad
they
peruana,
had a
que
very
conocían también a
close knowledge of the Peruvian reality,
el personal
and
de los dos institutos
personnel
y su
of both
realidad.
institutes
Ha
and
sido
their
un
reality.
paso muy
And it has been
importante
a very
para
important step
lograr concluir positivamente este
conclude
proyecto.
this project with success.
Gracias.
Well,
Añay.
thank you, Añay. Añay, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you, thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muy interesante y gracias,
Thank you,
Pascal,
very,
por
very interesting. Thank you,
ese aporte
Pascal,
también
for
de
this
que
contribution.
podemos ver que se puede de
We
seguir
can
adelante
see
entre dos
that
proyectos. Es un buen ejemplo. Muchas
we
gracias.
can keep up with the
Ahora todos
projects.
les
Now,
invitaríamos a pasar a la pausa café y
let's
también
take
a la
a
mini
coffee
feria
break and
donde
then to
estarán
mini fair
los kioscos de los
with the
cuatro que acaban de
kiosks of the
presentar.
four
Pues
last
después de esto,
presenters.
por favor, si
Then
pueden
after
considerar
that,
los subgrupos,
please
vamos a pasar
let's see the subgroups.
a los diferentes salones
Let's go to the
para los
different
subgrupos.
breakout rooms.
Aquí están.
They
Y
are on screen.
después de los subgrupos,
And
les
after
preguntamos, por favor,
subgroups,
si
please come back because we will have closing remarks from Margarita Cortés, Director of the National Gender Equality System of In Mujeres. Please come back after your subgroups. Moderators will remind you of that. Thank you very much. 15 minutes at the mini fair, then subgroups at 4:30, please. Thank you, everybody.
Very well. What a pleasure for me to introduce Margarita Cortés, Director of the National System on Gender Equality for the Mexican Women's Institute. This is the women's ministry in Mexico, and she's an ally. She has supported as I can for throughout this process on policies and good practices and gender equality, the report we presented yesterday. So what a pleasure, an honor to introduce Margarita. She will be making the concluding remarks for the second day of the forum. Thank you, Margarita. You have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Women's Institute of Mexico, we greet you, we embrace you with so much pleasure. And the three areas are here, this National Women's Institute, International Area Training, and the National Equality System area is also here. Thank you so much for many reasons for being here. That's the first one, but it's also important to say that in a country where we have 10 femicides a day, and one of them is a girl under 9 years of age, well, this is an issue which grieves and hurts, and it's transforming reality. Gender equality, we want to think that it doesn't accept any more challenges or questions. This is a human right. We all have access to this human right. We all have obligations as well to participate. One of the second things that we think is relevant to say is that in this country we are very clear on equality, and equality doesn't really correspond to a single institution or ministry. This is a commitment of the Mexican state in which we all have a responsibility. Today in Mexico, for instance, we've made the first electrification project with a gender perspective because we can include gender equity everywhere. Electricity, water, bridge or highway infrastructure for men and women to have the right to full equality. We have three fundamental challenges or three ways of looking at equality. One, the transversal aspect. I mean, there's something for all of us. The extractivist sector has something to incorporate, and it has to incorporate equality. The second thing has to do with intersectionality. We're not talking about a way of being a man, or we're not talking about a single manner of being a woman. We understand clearly we need you men to be able to transform this reality. Today, we're talking about new masculinities in which if we don't make you co-participants, we would be short-sighted, and we would also be excluding you and the needs you have as males. This is the second approach. And the third one has to do with the intercultural aspect. In Mexico, as in other countries, the Pacific Alliance, their indigenous communities. Let me tell you that in 2019, we were able to visit all country, all 39 different entities, to go into the different places of Mexico with intersectionality. When we met in Michoacan, for instance, we worked with deaf women who are also victims of violence. They expressed their voice and they cried out loud, and they said, we have to be manifesting the different ways of living violence. Those are the realities, are the ones we now have to set on the table. And exactly, it is in this forum, it is this work we've done with the Pacific Alliance in the program on education for employment. That's the way we're creating new logic and reality. The challenge is for us to go from the discourse and turn it into something operational. What are we taking back to our countries with us after leaving Mexico, so that this is not just a workshop, not only goodwill, but for us together in Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico, of course, with the support of Canada, we can transform things. In Mexico, we are taking big challenges, the challenge, for instance, of inclusive education, and issuing a call for teachers, families, and students may have new ways of considering reality. You know, we are doing an education reform in Mexico, which is talking directly to communities, to children, to prevent violence in all its forms in the classroom, but also for us to stop using words. We stop talking the society of family fathers. Because caregiving is for caregivers as well, the grandparents, the grandmothers who take care of their own families, where we also have countries with high migration flows. So we do have that responsibility of generating new caregiving models, new participatory visions for us, for those that have not been called in this education reality. So the new models, that's what this new way of seeing things is proposing for education for employment. And this is something we're doing at the Pacific Alliance with inclusive model in education with digital platforms in a very inclusive manner. Well, how do we talk to women and with a disability? How do we issue a call to transform violence today more than ever? It's necessary to generate strategies and multi-level policies. No one should be left behind. No one should be left outside. With the pandemic, we discovered new logics of communication. Those new logics are the ones we're now using to generate labor conditions for everyone, all men and women in Latin America and the Caribbean, with the differentiating impact for women, youth, and men. Let me share with you that in Mexico, one of our main challenges is generating disaggregated information by sex. The impact of electrification for impact, what does it have? What impact for men or women? What about the impact of education? So the no girl should be dropping out or should be resigning and her dreams or giving up her dreams. In Oaxaca, we have little girls who are trying to go to the moon. How can we give them the right education for those little girls to create new logics and new challenges as well, so that no one will be destroying their dreams, so that they can access inclusive education? This project has the fundamental access of recognition of the role played by men and women in development in all their diversity, growth, and development of countries in the Pacific Alliance. It's very important for us to highlight the challenges. We have found them in our working tables here, in our panels. We've been holding a dialogue here in this forum on this. We have to generate economic goods and opportunities that are good for training and different labor situations. Here in Mexico, we have a very important challenge. 2019, before the pandemic, young students of universities, they started with a common practice. They call them university lines, clothes lines, and they put the name of the rapist right as if they were hanging or the clothes on the clothesline, and they would put the name of the rapist, and we had to respond. And they were making demands. We created guidelines allowing from the union level teachers, administrative workers, and principals to know how to do if there's a case of sexual harassment, if there's a case of violence. So we think that's what we're going through right now in Mexico, more than discourse, protocols that shouldn't just be lying there on the desk, protocols for preventive actions, but especially actions to look into violence actions or violent actions. What are we doing as women in the Public Education Ministry of Mexico, in the National Women's Institute, 4.9 million students will have this impact in 3,200 institutions. Mexico is a diverse country, and that's what we have to face up to. Our policies have to be inclusive, but applicable and standardized also. What have we done after the guidelines? We modified the public education law that mandates that every education institution in Mexico has to apply those guidelines. We are now in a vehicle applying the standards, but also the focus of an inclusive policy. Today, let me close by telling you that in this way, of the three challenges that I have posed here today, we are now designing a protocol to care for women with sexual harassment for intercultural universities in Mexico. We're open new careers, and the center of them is cultural diversity. I come from a community in Oaxaca. I feel very proud to be here before you today as an indigenous woman, but at the same time, it is my duty to protect and care for those women that are aspiring to new realities. We are creating this protocol specifically for intercultural universities, and we're issuing also that the region will be thinking about these new forms of seeing, these new manners of being women and men. I simply want to thank you. I want to thank you so much. I want to recognize all the work you've done, all the great work you've done. We have so many lessons with us and so many challenges. You leave us with really the best of impressions. What you have planted in us is not in idle territory. We have to continue working with you. We need you. And the commitment is that everything you are leaving us today, we can turn that into a reality for the present and the future of women and men of this region. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias, Margarita.
Margarita, on behalf of Cultural Institutes Canada and the EPAP program, thank you for closing with such important words on such an important topic. Really, I think that I can speak on behalf of everyone in this room. It has been a true pleasure having you here in this forum, being able to close this today's work and facing these challenges that we have and working together. I'm certain that the five countries, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru, may move forward and try to have better solutions and contribute and also do this with very concrete actions. Thank you very much in behalf of CICAN and the EPAP program. Thank you so much, Margarita.